Chapter 31:14. The Tribulation of a Saint. Who is this Lin Ling? Where did he come from? His methods are unpredictable and incomparably sharp. If this continues, the spirit state will be his. Over at Xianzong's side, everyone's expression was solemn. They did not expect Lin Ling to become more ferocious as the battle went on. Lord Xianzong looked gloomily at the sky. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, and a voice transmission was quietly sent out. This caused Xiang Anning's eyes to flicker, and he nodded lightly. In fact, even without Lord Xianzong's reminder, he did not intend to hold back anymore. Lord Xianzong's voice was precisely for Xiang Anning to kill Lin Ling. This was because even if Lin Ling was defeated today, and Xianzong could become the number one in the spirit state as he wished, Lin Ling would definitely make a comeback in the future. With the strength that Lin Ling had displayed so far, no one could guarantee how terrifying his future would be. It's time to end this. Therefore, Xiang Anning did not hesitate and finally revealed his trump card. Woo! The clouds in the sky seemed to have been summoned by something. The clouds parted, revealing the pitch-black chaos of the universe. In the chaos, tadpole-like shadows swam down, majestic and extremely orderly. These shadows looked like souls, but they seemed to be much more powerful than ordinary souls. It was a strange thing that lingered between a soul and a dead spirit. As those shadows got closer and closer to the ground, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Even the experts in the late stage of the half-saint realm felt this way. One of the 100 great bloodlines, the god of the underworld talent. Someone finally let out a solemn voice. It's at least a 5th grade one. Even Xianzong's people were shocked. What 2 talents? One is a 4th grade desolate body, and the other is a 5th grade desolate body. Lord Tantric Buddhism stared at the sky and realized that the color of the surrounding ocean had changed, becoming pitch black. It was no longer an ocean, but more like the netherworld sea. Was this Xiang Anning's hidden trump card? Moreover, a 5th grade desolate body was the strongest talent in the spirit state. At this moment, everyone was worried for Lin Ling. With the addition of countless underworld souls, the power of the ocean became even more terrifying. Not only was it majestic, it was also mixed with the power of Yin, because these were souls that had truly been extracted from the netherworld. As for the underworld, it was the origin of all hell in the myriad of worlds, and it was also the origin of all ghost realms. In the 9 states, many experts also possessed talents from the underworld. Each of these experts was an indomitable figure. As for the spirit state, there were a few people who also possessed the aura of the underworld, such as Sakura and Meng Lu. Their talents were actually related to the underworld. Lin Ling, I was just playing with you before. Now let's test my strength. Xiang Anning's eyes turned pitch black. His palm, like the boundless ocean, pressed down on Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling instantly feel a great amount of pressure. Xiang Anning's realm essence was even more turbulent at this moment, causing the black ocean to emit a cold aura. This cold aura was not cold, but it could penetrate a person's soul. Furthermore, any warrior who was close to the ocean would be frozen, turning into a black ice sculpture. The most terrifying thing was that a shadow would shoot out from the ice sculpture, taking away the warrior's soul. Clearly, after using the 2 talents at the same time, not only did his strength increase significantly, the most terrifying thing was those underworld souls. With this, I can block the 10 heavenly lords. Xiang Anning's voice reverberated in the ocean. This was the foundation of his battle against the geniuses of the 9 states. But the black ocean, under the gigantic palm, crossed the sky, the ruins, and even the entire spirit state. Kakaka. Wherever the ocean passed, everything in the world would be frozen, turning into black statues. Those statues were people, objects, and even a stalk of grass. At this moment, it was frozen, but because it turned into black ice, it seemed to be baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was very ferocious. Among them, there was a statue holding a large sword and carrying an ancient sword on its back. At this moment, it had also turned into a statue. That person was Lin Ling. Seeing this, the people from the Azure Dragon Hall sighed. The outcome has been decided. Sigh, I have to say that this Linling is also a rare genius in the spirit state. Unfortunately, his cultivation is still a bit weak. If he had reached the martial immortal realm, today's situation would be different. Yeah, seeing the two strongest geniuses clash, no matter who dies, this is a huge loss to the spirit state. It makes our hearts ache. Compared to the Azure Dragon Hall's pity, the people from the Xian sect were ecstatic. Cheers spread out like waves. Their Xian sect won. The era belonged to their Xian sect. Some of the more impatient people even roared at the sky. Senior Xiang, the #1 genius of the spirit state. Their voices soared into the sky and spread through the clouds. As for the people from the Tantric sect, their faces were gloomy. However, they did not blame Linling because they saw that Linling had done his best. At least, if it was someone else, they would not even be able to block 3 of Xiang Anning's attacks. Their Tantric sect's ultimate weapon had been defeated. However, just as everyone thought that the outcome was over, all the ice statues on the ground started to tremble. Moreover, the trembling became faster and faster. Finally, the black ice statues started to tremble. At this moment, cracks appeared in the black ice world that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. This shocked everyone. They realized that the source of the trembling of the black ice world seemed to be within one of the ice statues, and that ice statue was Linling. At this moment, inside the ice statue, Linling was motionless. Although the nether souls rushed into his body and tried to devour him, his powerful soul power immediately rushed out and formed a soul wave. It shook the nether souls and even devoured them. Although the nether souls were of a higher level than the undead souls, the number of nether souls that entered his body was not large. Therefore, it was much easier and faster to deal with them compared to the last time in the Qing state. On the contrary, with the help of the nether souls and the pressure outside his body, Linling's dantian was boiling. His 4 dantians spun like comets and crazily absorbed the spiritual energy in his dantian. As expected, with the stimulation of external forces, it's faster than breaking through on my own. The corner of Linling's mouth curled into a cold smile. Boom! His dantian exploded with a roar. The light of a saint gushed out of his body like a tide and a wave. First level half-saint. Rumble! At the same time, a huge bolt of lightning came crashing down from the sky. This bolt of lightning was white, but it carried the pressure of a god. This was the tribulation of a saint. Every expert who wanted to break through to the half-saint realm would have to go through the trial of a god. If they passed, they would become a saint. If they failed, they would be reduced to ashes and could not even enter the cycle of reincarnation. Someone has broken through to the half-saint realm. It looks like Linling. A series of exclamations could be heard. The eyes of the Tantric sect's elders were wide open. Even Xiang Anning was the same. Chapter 31:15. A battle in broad daylight. The ferocious lightning struck down as if a palm had struck the earth, forming a storm. Cracks appeared on the black ice sculpture world. The Sage Tribulation tested 3 key factors. First, talent. Those who were not talented enough would face a 10% increase in danger if they forcefully broke through. Second, ultimate martial arts. Those who were not good at martial arts would face another 10% increase in danger. Third, a solid foundation of cultivation. If they were not strong in all 3 factors, then breaking through depended on luck. Boom. However, after the first bolt of lightning struck, Linling was actually unscathed. He was like an ice sculpture, steady and unmoving. This surprised the Tantric sect masters and the others. However, the tribulation clouds in the sky did not disperse. Instead, they became thicker and thicker, as if a god had arrived and looked at the common people. His large hand struck down again. The second bolt of lightning struck, and divine thunder rumbled. Everyone in the spirit state was in a state of panic. Because only one tribulation was needed to become a sage, but Linling had to undergo 2? What did this mean? Could it be that the gods valued Linling more? Rumble. The second sage tribulation struck, and the black ice around Linling's body finally cracked. Rumble. However, the third tribulation followed closely behind. In fact, the third and fourth tribulation struck at the same time. For tribulation sage lightning? The spirit state was completely silent. Looking at the history of the spirit state, Lin Ling was the only one who had 4 tribulations. The more sage tribulations he had, the more potential and strength Lin Ling had. Rumble. After the final 2 lightning tribulations struck, no one knew if Lin Ling would be unscathed. Instead, a dazzling light appeared in front of him. An endless pool of lightning wreaked havoc, causing the entire black ice world to crack. Moreover, shattered ice shot into the sky and then fell down like rain. Did he succeed? Someone said solemnly. This was the tribulation of 4 saints. How could an ordinary person cross this tribulation? At the same time, after the world of black ice collapsed, a figure slowly walked out. He was holding an ancient sword, and flames were burning on his body, forming billowing steam. This made him look extremely unreal, but people could clearly see that in this illusory scene, a pair of extremely sharp eyes appeared. This caused the hearts of the Mi and Xian sects to explode. Lin Ling had successfully broken through. Another half-saint had been born in the spirit province. Moreover, based on the saint's tribulation, it was obvious that this was no ordinary half-saint stage powerhouse. Xianxia, thank you for helping me break through. Now, do you want to die, or do you want me to solve it for you? Finally, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Lin Ling walked out step by step. His saint's light was extremely dense. It actually caused Xianxia's legs to tremble and he couldn't straighten his back. Even if he was at the 5th stage of the half-saint stage and had 2 desolate physiques, he felt like he wasn't looking at a half-saint, but a real saint in front of Lin Ling's saint's light. He couldn't understand why Lin Ling, who was only at the 1st stage of the half-saint stage, could give him such pressure. How could he know that Lin Ling's 4 dantians had all entered the 1st stage of the half-saint stage? His boundary essence was terrifying. It wasn't weaker than the 4th stage of the half-saint stage. In fact, because of the fusion, it had already far surpassed the 4th stage of the half-saint stage. The victor hasn't been decided yet. Lin Ling, I'll let you see my peerless move. The move that injured the 10 heavenly lords and was praised by senior battling cicada of light. Roar! Suddenly, Xianxia roared at the sky. No one knew what he was chanting, but a mysterious symbol appeared on his forehead. His entire body also darkened. This made Sakra and the underworld god, who also had one of the 100 bloodlines, deeply feel the terrifying pressure. At this moment, a mysterious aura spread out from Xianxia's body. His cultivation level rose like a boat, reaching 70%. The black netherworld sea surged again, but it didn't engulf Lin Ling. Instead, it lingered in the sky and gradually formed a huge black hole. From the black hole, the aura of the underworld quietly spread out. That was the smell of death. That was the tomb of a saint. One had to know that saints didn't enter the ghost realm, the 6 paths of reincarnation, or the 9 serenities and 18 levels of hell because they were saints. However, when the black hole appeared, even saints trembled with fear. Martial arts of the underworld. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the black hole indifferently. In his mind, he recalled a martial art that he had learned in the rainforest's sacred land. The 6 paths of reincarnation. What Xianxia was using wasn't the 6 paths of reincarnation, but the underworld reincarnation. Heavens, that's the underworld reincarnation. Isn't that the underworld god's martial art? Where did Xianxia get such a martial art? He's going to become the underworld god and become the god of the gods era. I'm afraid that not more than 30% of the people in the semi-sage realm can block this move from the looks of it. The entire spirit state was shocked. Some experts with the strength of saints had also guessed what Xianxia was using. Then, they quickly looked at Lin Ling. If it was the previous Xianxia, Lin Ling might be able to defeat him, but the current Xianxia was a bit difficult. Unless Lin Ling was also hiding something. Fine, underworld and Buddha can't coexist. At this moment, Lin Ling's long hair was dancing wildly. His strength was also stimulated to the peak. After reaching the half-saint realm, he also wanted to test the power of the great solar calamity bow. I see that the people of the world are walking in the boundless dust. They don't know what's going on. They don't know what's going on. They don't know how long they can live in glory and splendor. The ancient Buddhist voice, like a heavenly dragon protecting the Dharma, quietly sounded in the spirit state. A golden light shone in all directions. In Lin Ling's hand, a 5-meter-long divine dragon bow descended. This Lin Ling still has some tricks up his sleeve. Fuck, a 5-meter-long bow, and the entire bow is made of dragon bones. Isn't it too impressive? Lin Ling, as expected of the ultimate weapon of the Tantric Buddhism. Seeing the ferocious dragon bone and incomparably huge dragon bow, the entire spirit state was in an uproar. Even the saints of the Azure Dragon Hall had extremely serious expressions. They had always thought highly of Xianxia, but now, there was another name in the world in their hearts, and that was Lin Ling. I think this battle should be stopped, the saints said. Because both of them were the most outstanding geniuses of the spirit state, losing either one of them was something they didn't want to see. The battle has already reached its climax. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. However, another saint sighed. At this point, it was likely that Lin Ling and Xianxia wouldn't withdraw so easily. That's right, only one person can be the #1 genius of the spirit state. It was even more impossible for Xianzong to keep Lin Ling, so they all agreed. As for the Tantric Buddhism, they wanted to stop this battle, but they also knew that it was impossible. Therefore, they all turned their gazes to the majestic dragon bow, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was in the sky, was undoubtedly extremely extraordinary. Chapter 31:16. 2 arrows shooting reincarnation. I have to admit that you, Lin Ling, are indeed impressive. You have all sorts of extraordinary techniques, many of which I have never seen before. However, do you think you can block the reincarnation of the god of the underworld with that bow? Xianxia looked coldly at Lin Ling. The techniques I have are beyond your understanding. Blocking the reincarnation of the underworld is an extremely easy task. Lin Ling said indifferently. You probably don't know what the bloodline of the god of the underworld is. Even Senior Guang Jingchan praised my reincarnation endlessly. He once said that if he was young, he wouldn't be able to break the reincarnation of the underworld. There is only one person of the same age in this world, and that person is also an expert who defeated Senior Guang Jingchan. He is a god that you have to look up to. Now die. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. His reincarnation of the underworld was a true god's technique. Although he had only scratched the surface, it was not something that ordinary people could block. After speaking, he released the mark from the underworld. In the sky, reincarnation opened and began to rotate. Even the saints on the ground had serious expressions. This was a technique that could kill them. If they entered the underworld, they would not be able to become a saint. Rumble. A terrifying suction force enveloped Lin Ling's entire body as if the gods were punishing him. Meanwhile, the bow in Lin Ling's hand was silently drawn, and a dragon god appeared on the bowstring. However, the reincarnation of the underworld in the sky was not something that he could block. It continued to drag him into the underworld. Seeing this, the people of the Tantric sect all shouted. They saw Lin Ling's body slowly floating toward the reincarnation of the underworld. Danger lurked everywhere. First arrow, heavenly dragon's protection, good karma increases by day. However, at this moment, Lin Ling finally released the arrow. The arrow turned into a dragon god and shot toward the reincarnation of the underworld. This is one of the 8 divine powers of the dragon tribe. Only then did the Xian sect cultivators see Lin Ling's technique clearly, and their expressions instantly became serious. They did not expect that the battle between the top geniuses of the spirit state was actually a battle of the gods. One was the god of the underworld, and the other was the dragon clan. Both of them were gods left behind in the era of gods. Their light shrouded these juniors, and they fought again in the era of gods. Now, the battle between the two was no longer a clash of talent, cultivation realm, or ultimate martial Tao, but rather a clash of divine methods, to see who was stronger. The arrow shot into the netherworld reincarnation wheel, and the entire wheel of reincarnation stopped. Moreover, cracks appeared on it. This arrow was so terrifying. The reputation of the heavenly dragon protector was definitely not undeserved. Even Xianxia's expression changed greatly. However, the cracked samsara began to slowly move again. Although it was slow, it was clear that the arrow hadn't pierced through it. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, one more arrow. Why didn't he come? I think you can only fire one arrow. It's my turn now. Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but laugh loudly. His laughter was very excited. He had blocked Lin Ling's arrow. My apologies, I just happened to be able to fire a second arrow. With the Emperor's help, Bodhi will not retreat. However, just as he laughed, Lin Ling's great sun calamity bow was drawn again, and a new arrow descended. This arrow was not from the dragon god, but the true inheritance of the dark sword. What? Xianxia never expected that Lin Ling would still have another arrow. The 6 mystical abilities of the dragon tribe could only be cultivated by the dragon god. Thus, Xianxia guessed that Lin Ling could barely cultivate one arrow, and that would be enough to sweep through the crowd. However, who knew that Lin Ling was not a member of the dragon tribe, but he could draw a second arrow, and this second arrow undoubtedly tipped the scales. After all, he had only scratched the surface of the underworld god's techniques, and Lin Ling's dragon tribe techniques were much more powerful than his. The second arrow shot into the sky. Kaboom! The netherworld reincarnation wheel, which was originally slowly rotating, was finally completely shattered by the second arrow. Xianxia's expression changed drastically, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, an arrow shot down from the sky like a heavenly dragon, majestically shooting towards him. This made him open his mouth wide, and his face was filled with anxiety. I'll destroy your past, present, and future. Lin Ling's voice was like a deity's as it floated in his ears. Impossible, how can this be? Xianxia kept shaking his head. He had traveled the 9 states and fought against the geniuses of the 9 states, so he was full of confidence and thought that no one in the spirit state could stop him. However, now, a monster that was not weaker than the geniuses of the 9 states had been born here. Most importantly, this person was a nobody. Therefore, he could not figure it out and died with a grievance. Because I am the only person who defeated Guangzhenchan, the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly appeared in Xianxia's ears, causing his pupils to constrict. Ghost geniuses should not be humiliated. He remembered this sentence. In fact, at this critical moment, he even remembered what the Lord of 10 Directions had said to him. The only battle that the Lord of 10 Directions master, Guangzhenchan, had lost was to the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. You are... Xianxia roared, but it was too late. The arrow pierced through him, causing him to gradually turn into ashes as if he was illuminated by the sun. His past, present, and future were all killed. This also caused the spirit state to be thunderstruck. Lin Ling, 2 arrows shot the cycle of reincarnation. The ultimate weapon of the tantric sect was indeed terrifying. This also meant that the number 1 genius of the spirit state had changed hands. It was Lin Ling from the tantric sect. Everyone thought back to the final battle. They thought back to the beginning of the battle and the final battle. All of this felt extremely unreal. Of course, in the end, they seemed to see a dazzling light that illuminated the spirit province. That light was Lin Ling. In the end, they looked at the sky with dazed eyes. Other than shock and horror, there was nothing else in their eyes. Using battle to nurture battle. This guy is the craziest person I've ever seen. The tantric sect master also muttered to himself. It was obvious that he was also scared out of his wits. It had to be known that it was not rare for a martial artist to make a breakthrough in the midst of a battle. Of course, a continuous breakthrough like Lin Ling was one of a kind. But the most frightening thing was that he had just made a breakthrough but was already familiar with his strength and could use any means to counter it. This was truly rare. Lin Ling, you killed Xianxia. I'm going to kill you. In the Xian sect, after a brief moment of absent-mindedness, everyone's eyes turned red. They were originally confident of victory, but it was all destroyed by Lin Ling. Now, even the number 1 genius was dead. This made them hate Lin Ling to the core. You bunch of ants? You're not worthy. Lin Ling looked at the Xian sect people indifferently. The disdain in his eyes was not concealed at all. Such words and such an expression were undoubtedly like adding oil to a fire. He killed the number one genius of the Xian sect and did not feel guilty at all. Instead, he said that they were not worthy. At this moment, even the sage who was unfazed by the collapse of the sky was completely enraged. He's Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the sky. A sage descended from the sky. Master Rong, he's the Lin Ling you've been looking for. Chapter 31:17. The saints of the heavenly court had arrived. This sudden change caused the entire spirit province to become silent. Who is this person? He's so strong. The master of Tantra and the four heavenly kings frowned. Although they were all saints, they could clearly sense that this saint was even more extraordinary. Lin Ling also looked at the sky. Especially after seeing Longyang, he knew that the person was coming for him. You're from the heavenly court? Then Lin Ling said indifferently, vaguely guessing something. You're right, I'm the brocade dust saint of the heavenly court. The old man lowered his head and looked down at Lin Ling as he spoke unhurriedly. The gaze with which he looked at Lin Ling faintly carried a hint of curiosity. You're Lin Ling, right? Come back with me. The martial god wants to see you. The old man wasn't sure if Lin Ling was the person he was looking for, but he didn't let him go. If you don't agree, I'll kill you on the spot. His next words caused the hearts of everyone in spirit state to tremble. It turned out that this saint from the heavenly court was actually here to kill Lin Ling. At this moment, the people of Tantric Buddhism were all shocked, as if they were facing a great enemy. Now that Lin Ling had become the number one person in Tantric Buddhism, they could not let Lin Ling die at the hands of the sage. As for the Tantric sages and the four heavenly kings, they had long known that the newcomers were not kind, so they were all prepared to fight to the death. However, the latter's strength was clearly stronger than theirs. Furthermore, he was from the heavenly court, so they did not know if they could defeat him. Capture Lin Ling? If he refused, he would be killed on the spot. Ha, great. On the other hand, on Xianzong's side, Lord Xianzong and the four heavenly kings all laughed loudly. Their excitement was even greater than when they broke through. It turned out that they were not helpers, but enemies. This Lin Ling is so unlucky. He actually offended someone from the heavenly court, and a saint at that. Men, bring a table and chairs over. Bring some good wine. Let's enjoy the show. Lord Xianzong had been waiting for Lin Ling to die, so naturally he was satisfied. Senior saint of the heavenly court, if you need any help, Sir Xianzong, we will capture Lin Ling for you. The four heavens and the heavenly court's faces. After all, the heavenly court of the heavens, saint of the heavenly court, heavenly kings, dragon. Note: even the Tsang Dragon Hall couldn't stand it anymore. One of the saints shouted angrily, "What are you all doing? Lin Ling is from the spirit state and he might even become the realm monarch in the future." The Tsang Dragon Hall was left behind by the gods. If it was before, they wouldn't have stood up for Lin Ling. But now, Lin Ling was the most promising candidate to become the next realm monarch. According to the rules of the gods, they had to protect Lin Ling. What does it have to do with us? The one who wants to kill Lin Ling is the saint of the heavenly court. If the Azure Dragon Hall is not convinced, you can go and provoke them. However, Lord Xianzong had an indifferent expression on his face. Moreover, he'd unknowingly picked up a bunch of grapes and was eating as he spoke. His words caused those saints to tremble with rage. Then all the saints looked at the saint in the sky. Senior, there must be some misunderstanding. I don't care about that. As long as his name is Lin Ling, I must take him away. If your spirit state wants to stop me, then you must consider whether or not you can withstand the wrath of the heavenly court. The old man said indifferently. A golden incense burner appeared in his hand. Green smoke drifted out from the incense burner. It was like an orchid, like a musk deer, like a cloud, like a crane. The incense burner was in the shape of a toad. There were 2 blue dragons carved on the side. It looked extremely extraordinary. Lin Ling's eyes instantly lit up. He recognized the incense burner. On the other hand, the Azure Dragon Hall saints felt a strong pressure from the incense burner. They knew that the heavenly court had to take Lin Ling away today. Junior Lin Ling, you're very bold. You actually dare to provoke the heavenly court time and time again. In fact, I'm very curious about your actions. Can you tell me why you're doing this? The old man finally looked at Lin Ling. His tone was full of dignity. Lin Ling, hurry up and answer. The heavenly court's saint is asking you a question. Before Lin Ling could speak, Lord Xianxia and the 4 heavenly kings spoke one after another. They reprimanded him in the tone of a senior. He's young, but he's so impudent. A person like this won't amount to anything in the future. That's right. I think he'll only amount to this for the rest of his life. Tell us why you're so cruel and heartless. Otherwise, don't blame the spirit state for putting righteousness before family. Once these words were spoken, the saints of the Azure Dragon Hall cursed in their hearts. The entire spirit state was the same. However, Lin Ling didn't care about what Lord Xianxia said. He smiled calmly. I knew the heavenly court would be very curious. However, do you really want to know the answer? Speak. The old saint nodded immediately. He was indeed curious about Lin Ling. First, with Lin Ling's strength, why did he provoke the heavenly court time and time again and kill the martial god's disciples? Second, with Lin Ling's strength, why was he able to succeed time and time again? Even a 5th stage half-saint had died at Lin Ling's hands. All of this was a mystery. Because I was under someone's orders. Lin Ling stopped smiling and said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire spirit province fell silent. The old saint frowned. Under someone's orders? He pondered for a moment. Everything seemed to make sense. The heavenly court was spread throughout the 9 states and was the most powerful force in the post-God era. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke them. Lin Ling was just one person. Unless he was stupid, he wouldn't do something like this. This meant that Lin Ling did indeed have someone backing him up. There should be more than one person behind you, right? The old saint asked again. Since Lin Ling dared to provoke the heavenly court, there might be a powerful force behind him. Yes, we're an alliance. Lin Ling nodded lightly. The old saint's eyes finally lit up. What alliance? Even Xing Shiyun and the others were shocked. Lin Ling had a powerful alliance behind him? Although this news was shocking, it seemed to make sense when they thought about Lin Ling's speed of growth. Let's take a look at this sword first. Old man, do you think I can take this sword with my strength? Lin Ling didn't explain anything. He waved his right hand and the true inheritance dark sword appeared. This made the old saint even more convinced. The true inheritance dark sword was his master's sword. Without the corresponding divine language, he would die if he even got close to the sword, let alone control it. Therefore, the old saint was even more convinced of Lin Ling's alliance. What alliance? Also, I want to take this sword back with me. The old saint's breathing quickened. If he could find out about the alliance behind Lin Ling and take the true inheritance dark sword back, it would definitely be a great achievement. Originally, he wanted to inform martial god Qilin immediately and ask the heavenly court's elites to come. However, he didn't think so anymore. He wanted to take such a great achievement for himself. Hurry up and tell me who's behind you. Chapter 31:18. Getting someone else to do the dirty work. Lin Ling laughed coldly when he saw this. He looked at the saint and said, I want to say it as well, but the members of the alliance are watching over me. If I say it, then I'll definitely die. So, I don't dare to say anything until those members of the alliance leave. Moreover, senior saint, I'm in a dilemma. If I don't provoke the heavenly court, the people from the alliance will kill me. If I provoke the heavenly court will kill me. I hope that senior saint can help me escape from my misery and put in a good word for me in front of the martial god. I hope that you can spare my life on account of my youth and ignorance. Lin Ling's words were like a string of cannons. When the saint elder heard it, he nodded slightly. If Lin Ling had a powerful alliance behind him, then Lin Ling was indeed helpless. I'll spare your life. Now, tell me who's watching you. The elder said. Spare your life? With these words, Lord Xianzong and the others were displeased. Lin Ling had escaped another calamity? They hurriedly said, "Oof, Lin Ling, you can escape death, but you can't escape punishment. Your cultivation will be destroyed. Now, tell me who's watching you." In their opinion, even if Lin Ling didn't die, his cultivation would be destroyed. In this way, Lin Ling without cultivation would be at the mercy of others and would no longer be valued by the Azure Dragon Hall. However, the Saint Elder nodded at their suggestion. This made Lord Xianzong and the others overjoyed. However, before their joy faded, Lin Ling's angry voice sounded. "It's the 5 of them." He pointed at Lord Xianzong and the 4 heavenly kings. The 5 of them opened their mouths wide as if they didn't hear what Lin Ling said. Thus, the grape in Lord Xianzong's hand fell to the ground. "Yes, it's you. You forced me to go against the heavenly court and made me the vanguard, but you became the mastermind. Now that we're facing a great enemy, you want to sacrifice me to protect the secret of the alliance. You're the mastermind behind the scenes." Lin Ling said word by word. His expression was extremely serious. "Shibaiqi? Is he calling me? I'm not called Shibaiqi. I'm not the person who's supervising you from behind the scenes." Sir Xianzong's expression was somewhat panicked. "You are indeed not the only one behind this, because the other 4 are also behind this," Lin Ling said with righteous indignation. Boom! The hearts of Lord Xianzong and the 4 heavenly kings began to rumble. What was going on? They were just here to gloat and watch the show. Now, they had become the masterminds behind the scenes? At that moment, they felt as if they had eaten shit. They looked at the old sage and waved their hands continuously. "It's you?" The old saint stared at the 5 of them with murderous intent in his eyes. "It's not us. We're innocent. Heavens, how can we be the ones behind this?" That gaze directly scared Lord Xianzong silly. "You're not the ones behind this. You're the supervisors. Otherwise, why would you be the only ones in the entire spirit state who want me dead? That's because after I die, the secret of the alliance cannot be exposed." However, Lin Ling also opened his mouth, as if he was sprinkling salt on the wound. Hearing that, the old saint stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. He felt that everything made sense. It seems that if you supervisors don't die, the true alliance won't surface. Purple smoke billowed from the incense burner in the old saint's hand and enveloped the entire spirit state. He was obviously going to attack. This made Lord Xianzong and the others almost kneel down. This was the greatest grievance they had ever suffered in their lives. "Lin Ling, you've wronged us. Do you want to kill us?" Soon, the 5 of them looked at Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling was causing trouble for them. "Stop pretending, Shibaiqi." However, Lin Ling saw through their expressions and even gave them a groundless name. "Shibaiqi? Who was that? Go to hell." The old saint couldn't care less. He activated the incense burner and suppressed it with the power of a saint. The entire spirit state seemed to be in a strange world, and that was the boundary formation. In the void, a frost dragon god formed from ice slowly poked its head out. It opened its huge mouth, and with a light exhale, the entire spirit state turned into a world of ice and snow. This was the true soul of a dragon god. Moreover, this dragon god slowly swam out. It was incomparably huge and its entire body was formed from ice. Its ancient aura almost made the people of the spirit state fall to the ground. Most importantly, there wasn't just one such terrifying dragon god. Next, hundreds of dragon gods also swam out and hovered in the sky of the spirit state. This caused the expressions of Lord Tantric Buddhism and the others to change drastically. Did Saint Brocade Dust have such a precious treasure and summon so many dragon gods? It could be seen that this saint's status in the heavenly court was definitely not to be underestimated. Last time, Lin Ling and I were in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. We had to expend a lot of effort to defeat one dragon god soul, but there are so many here. It's a disaster. Xing Xiun's expression was also extremely serious. As for Lord Xianzong and the others, they were all anxious. Although they were all saints, there were differences in strength. It was obvious that they were only ordinary saints. "Senior Saint, please listen to our explanation." Go to the netherworld and explain to the god of the underworld. Unfortunately, the Saint Elder didn't care about nonsense. In his opinion, it was enough to capture Lin Ling, so these 5 people were dispensable. Therefore, the densely packed dragon god's souls began to swim toward the 5 of them. This made Lord Xianzong and the others finally understand what it meant to be in great trouble. Century ruler? Stupid idiot? Suddenly, Lord Xianzong stared blankly at Lin Ling. He finally understood why Lin Ling called him century ruler. So it turned out that it meant a damned idiot. Lin Ling was using someone else to do his dirty work. He hurriedly roared, wanting to let the Saint Elder understand everything. Unfortunately, it was too late. After the dragon gods rushed over, they all turned into crystalline statues. They were simply unstoppable and couldn't be more dead. Facing the dragon gods of the dragon race, a saint could only do so unless he had all the ancient power of the spirit state. However, half of this power was on Lord Tantric Buddhism. Before turning into an ice statue, there were only 3 words in Lord Xianzong's mind. Am I a stupid idiot? Dead. Everyone on Lord Xianzong's side was at a loss. The 5 strongest people of Lord Xianzong had died just like that. Moreover, these 5 people were saints. For many people, they had heard a rumor since they were young. As long as saints didn't die, the universe wouldn't be destroyed. This meant that saints were immortal and indestructible. But now, they knew that this was just a rumor. Saints could still be destroyed. Lin Ling is so scary. Then, they looked at the blue-robed youth in horror. Although they weren't sure if Lord Xianzong was the supervisor, they were sure that Lord Xianzong and the others were killed by Lin Ling. Long Yang frowned. She vaguely guessed that Lin Ling was using someone else to do his dirty work. However, she didn't reveal Lin Ling's true identity. In her opinion, as long as Lin Ling could die, that was enough. Chapter 31:19. Counterattack. It's your turn. Speak. As expected, the old saint began to look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and spread his hands. In fact, there is no alliance. I just don't like the previous 5 people, so I borrowed your hand to destroy them. When these words were spoken, there was no doubt that Spirit Province was greatly shocked. The old saint frowned. Are you messing with me? It doesn't matter if I'm playing with you or not. All you need to know is that it won't be easy for you to catch me. Lin Ling said casually. His appearance undoubtedly made Long Yang frown. She didn't know why, but when she saw Lin Ling's calm appearance, she had a bad premonition. Even though Lin Ling was facing a sage, he still felt the same way. Looks like I can only use force. The old saint didn't care too much and immediately tried to grab Lin Ling. In fact, he didn't really believe Lin Ling's words. However, to him, killing experts like Lord Xianzong was as easy as blowing off dust. Moreover, whether this was true or false, as long as he caught Lin Ling, the truth would be revealed. Seeing this, the master of Tantric Buddhism and the others no longer hesitated. They all attacked, risking their lives. A bunch of ants. The old saint smiled disdainfully. We have the final say in the world of the spirit state. It's not up to you to kill whoever you want. Although they knew that the dragon gods around them were very powerful, the Tantric sect would not allow anything to happen to Lin Ling. Therefore, Xianxia and the others spoke up. The saints of the Azure Dragon Hall looked at each other and went to battle. Are you crazy? Are you planning to provoke the heavenly court for a brat? At this moment, the old saint was a little surprised. This is not a brat, he is the realm monarch of the spirit state. A saint from the Azure Dragon Hall roared. His words shocked the spirit state. Everyone's gaze landed on the blue-robed young man as they didn't expect the new realm monarch to be Lin Ling after the end of the era of secret revelation. This was especially true for the people of Tantric Buddhism. They were all extremely excited. Lin Ling had said this before, and it was true now. Realm monarch? Humph, he has the life to become a god emperor, but he doesn't have the life to enjoy it. The old saint said disdainfully. His eyes were filled with mockery. Rumble. At the same time, the masters of the Tantra sect made their move. The saints of the Azure Dragon Hall also made their move to fight against the terrifying ice and snow dragon gods in the sky. In addition, the ancient power also arrived with a deafening sound. An enormous spirit province divine palace descended from the sky. Clearly, the Vajrayana masters were able to hold on for a longer period of time because the Azure Dragon Hall saints had also joined in. Of course, the ancient power that Lord Tantra controlled was only half of that of the spirit state, so it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Do you think you can withstand the sunshine ice heaven furnace left behind by Master? In truth, the shock in the old saint's eyes had deepened. If it wasn't for the treasure in his hand, he would definitely not have been able to stop so many saints. Fortunately, he had such a precious treasure. Then he would slowly enjoy the final struggle of these weaklings. I'll let you see what it's like when 1,000 dragons pass away. At the thought of this, the old saint puffed out his chest. Perhaps being able to kill so many saints in this lifetime made him feel extremely proud. Rumble. Under his voice, even more ice and snow dragon gods appeared in the void of the spirit state. This also caused many people in the spirit state to be worried. The masters of the Tantra sect looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and unleashed their full strength. They knew that a battle of life and death had arrived. However, for the sake of the spirit state, they were not afraid. Their bones and lives could be left behind, but thousands of years later, their legends would still be spread in the spirit state. I'm sorry, but I'm here to change the world of the spirit state. The old saint formed a complicated seal with his hands. His gaze quietly fell on the purple smoke floating in the distance of the spirit state. Finally, he formed a seal. This was the secret to using the sunshine ice heaven cauldron. It was passed down by his master. According to legend, this divine cauldron was left behind by a god. It came from the Dragon Slayer tribe during the era of the gods. This tribe had an irreconcilable feud with the dragon race, so the dragon gods that they slaughtered were all sacrificed in the divine cauldron. Later on, this divine deer was obtained by his master, and now he was borrowing it. He had once heard from martial god Qilin that when he first obtained this divine cauldron, his master fought until the heavens and earth collapsed and the sun and moon lost their light. In the end, he returned with the treasure. This also made him admire martial god Qilin even more. He knew that in this world, other than his master, no one could control the divine cauldron. A bunch of ants and dogs, die. A smile appeared on the saint's face. It was a smile of pride and bloodthirst. In the sky, 1,000 dragons passed. The scene was extremely shocking. One had to know that those were all dragon gods. However, just as the old saint thought that the massacre was about to begin, something unexpected happened. Those ancient dragon god souls swam over in an orderly manner. They ignored the masters of the Tantra sect and the others and swam toward the old saint. This stunned the masters of the Tantra sect and the others. The Azure Dragon Hall's sages were also stunned in the sky. The 4 heavenly kings rubbed their eyes, afraid that they had seen wrongly. However, the truth was that the dragon gods did not care about them. They even swam past them. The ancient dragon heads did not even look at them. What kind of trick are they playing? The master of the Tantra sect was tongue-tied. Be careful. Perhaps the heavenly court sages are preparing a trump card. After all, they are from the heavenly court. This is no small matter. The Azure Dragon Hall's sages said one after another. Clearly, they did not believe that a miracle would happen. However, the truth was that not only did the dragon gods ignore them, but they had also started to attack the old saint. As for the old saint, he frowned at first. He thought that he had made a mistake with the seal. Then he set up a new seal. This time, he was shocked. This was because after he set up the seal again, he had completely lost contact with the sunshine ice heavenly cauldron. In the end, he began to panic. This was because 1,000 dragons were coming to kill him. And this was an encirclement and killing formation. Most importantly, he was the target of the siege. Wow! He roared without caring about his image. He threw out the treasures that martial god Qilin had given him one by one. Only then did he barely block the first attack of the ice dragon god. He began to flee in the sky pathetically. However, he knew that it was only a matter of time before he was killed. His mind was completely muddled. What was going on? Wasn't he activating the 1,000 dragons killing formation? Why did the dragons not kill the enemy but come to kill him instead? Instinctively, he looked into the distance and realized that the purple smoke that enveloped the spirit state had been changed. The trajectory of the purple smoke had changed. Moreover, he saw a blue-robed figure busily setting up a seal around the purple smoke. Fuck, it's that kid. At that moment, the old saint realized what was going on. That kid had unknowingly changed the divine formation of the divine cauldron? Chapter 31:20. 1 year later, the tantric sages were also puzzled. Lin Ling actually changed the heavenly court's saint's treasure? Of course, at this moment, they could not be bothered to think so much. If they did not make a move now and allowed the saint to regain his breath, they would definitely be the ones to suffer. Good disciple, can we make a move? Xianxia shouted excitedly. Sure, the frost dragon god souls are only targeting that old sage. They won't bother with you guys. Lin Ling's voice drifted over from afar, carrying a hint of exhaustion. Previously, when he saw the golden incense burner in the hands of the saint, he had already guessed the origin of the incense burner. It was because that treasure belonged to Li Xiaoyao. If the saint had relied on other methods, Lin Ling would have been helpless. But relying on that kind of treasure? This was simply a gift for Lin Ling. Hey, dragon god, I'm your master. The old saint was on the verge of going crazy as he shouted incoherently. Although his strength was very strong, there were too many dragon god souls in the sky. There were no less than 1,000 of them. How could he block them all? What infuriated him was that he had used the life-saving treasure to escape the encirclement of the frost dragon god. However, as soon as he broke out of the encirclement, the sages of Tantra and the other sages attacked him without any regard for their lives. They forced him back and surrounded him again. Master, save me. After an unknown period of time, the old saint let out a weak cry and finally turned into a huge ice sculpture. After smashing into the ground, it completely turned into ice dregs. Seeing this, the spirit state cultivators were at a loss. One had to know that after the heavenly court's saint arrived, the spirit state acted as if they were facing a great enemy. However, just as they were about to fight to the death, the heavenly court's saint died. Moreover, he died very miserably. He was surrounded and killed by his own treasures. Could it be that the furnace that summons the dragon god is a little crazy? I think so. It's said that the more ancient a treasure is, the harder it is to control. That old man played with fire and burned himself to death. Serves you right. Following that, laughter rang out in the sky. As for the tantric sages and the others, they were still dumbfounded. However, their gazes quickly landed on Lin Ling in the distance because Lin Ling was walking over with a golden incense burner in his hand. Looking at this scene, the guesses in the tantric sects group's minds were confirmed. The Sunshine Ice Heaven Furnace, the sacred object of the Dragon Slayers. Back then, Li Xiaoyao saved the last member of the Dragon Slayers and that person gave this treasure to Li Xiaoyao. Later, it disappeared from Huanyu. I didn't expect to see this treasure again after thousands of years. Looking at the exquisite golden incense burner in his hand, Lin Ling sighed. In Li Xiaoyao's previous life, most of his treasures were stolen by martial god Qilin. Today, he was able to retrieve 2 of these treasures. Good disciple. Xianxia shouted from the front. However, Lin Ling ignored him for the time being. Instead, he looked at the distant sky where a beautiful woman stood. It was Longyang. At this moment, Longyang's face was filled with seriousness and shock. However, after Lin Ling looked at her, she gradually regained her composure. Most importantly, she didn't run away. Lin Ling took a step forward and walked towards her. He said calmly, I knew you would definitely come back. You're the first man to humiliate me. I'll use my entire life to take revenge for this. A gentle breeze blew through Longyang's long hair, revealing her beautiful face. However, her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. This was because being raped by Lin Ling in the past was her lifelong nightmare. You're just harming yourself in the end. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't sympathize with Longyang. If he didn't want to harm her, she wouldn't have ended up like this. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, Longyang's calmness had exceeded Lin Ling's expectations. Could it be that there was something else she was hiding? Cultivator, you can't kill her. As expected, a man in a golden robe and a dragon crown slowly approached Qin Nan. He was also a martial saint, but one could faintly see a pair of dragon horns on his head. Dragon tribe. Seeing the middle-aged man, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. However, he could sense that even though the middle-aged man was from the dragon tribe, he wasn't a peak expert. Otherwise, he would have shown himself a long time ago. This meant that he was intimidated by the incense burner in the old martial saint's hand. The heavenly court won't let the brocade dust saint's death go. Most importantly, the heavenly court knows that you, Lin Ling, are in the spirit state. It won't be long before the heavenly court sends out their experts to surround the spirit state. The middle-aged man said with his hands behind his back, "So, you might as well think about how to deal with the heavenly court's anger. Cultivator, I have to admit that you're really powerful. You dare to provoke the heavenly court alone and kill their experts again and again. However, the power of the entire heavenly court isn't something you can fight against. What are you trying to say?" Lin Ling asked as he looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man looked deeply at Lin Ling and said, "I know that you have dragon bones on you. These dragon bones have been around for a long time and are no small matter. Most importantly, ordinary people don't have the ability to refine dragon bones. So, hand over your dragon bones and I'll ask the dragon tribe to help you." After learning that Lin Ling had taken Longyang's dragon god's bone, he was also shocked. There was actually such a capable person in this world. One must know that Dragon Mother's dragon god's bone was cultivated using a forbidden technique. It took her 49 years to cultivate it. To completely succeed, it would take her 81 years. Looking at Lin Ling, he had the dragon god's bone, but he didn't seem to need to cultivate any forbidden technique. The difference was too great. After all, dragons and humans were fundamentally different creatures. "I refuse." Lin Ling shook his head directly. "Then you're on your own. I'm taking Longyang with me. As a trade, I'll borrow the dragon tribe's power to buy time for you and let the heavenly court arrive a year later. How about it?" The middle-aged man said. "Why should I believe you? Moreover, I don't think you're capable of that." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and smiled. "Ha." Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately laughed mockingly, as if mocking Lin Ling for not knowing the power of the dragon tribe. Currently, the heavenly court is looking for a guy called Lin Ling in the entire 9 states. What if there are many Lin Ling in the 9 states? The middle-aged man suddenly said. His words made Lin Ling's eyes light up. He understood the middle-aged man's thoughts. At present, there weren't many people in the heavenly court who had seen Lin Ling. Therefore, they hadn't confirmed who the real Lin Ling was. The only thing they could do was to kill the wrong person and not let them go. However, if a large number of Lin Ling appeared in the 9 states, the heavenly court would definitely search for them one by one. By the time they finally found the spirit state, it would be a year later. And this was what the dragon tribe did. One had to admit that this could indeed buy some time. "All right, I promise you." Lin Ling immediately nodded. "I'll take Longyang away. You take care." Chapter 31:21. Seeing an old friend again. At the same time, Xianxia and the others also rushed over. Xianxia frowned and asked, "Disciple, can we trust his words?" 60%. Lin Ling looked afar and said, in his eyes, the sky of the spirit state was filled with smoke because the enemy would arrive in a year's time. 60%. This means that the mysterious middle-aged man is keeping his promise. But we only have a year's time. Tantra Master frowned and his eyes lit up. Why don't we let Lin Ling become the realm monarch? If Lin Ling were to become the realm monarch, then he would be able to fully control the ancient power of the spirit state. At the very least, he would be able to stand his ground against the heaven court. After all, the ancient power of the Xian sect and Xian sect was combined while Lord Tantric only controlled half of the ancient power. It's too late. To become the realm monarch, one must ring the spirit state's divine bell and go through the Son of Heaven's mandate. The whole process will take 3 years. The Azure Dragon Hall's saints also agreed with Lin Ling becoming the realm monarch. But in such a short period of time, it was too difficult. Take the Qing state for example, Lin Ling ringing the Qing state's divine bell and the third princess becoming the Qing monarch. It would take more than 3 years. Then what should we do? Everyone immediately started to panic. There's still a year's time, we don't need to panic. At this time, Xianxia said, and everyone nodded. Lin Ling looked at the Tantra masters who were discussing and he felt warmth in his heart. He bowed to them and said, "I'm sorry, I'm a burden to all of you." If it wasn't for him, the heaven court wouldn't have come to the spirit state. This was something that Lin Ling knew very well. "What are you talking about? You're from the spirit state, you're being xenophobic. Let me tell you, Lin Ling's business is our business." Who knew that Tantra master was angry, thinking that Lin Ling was treating them as outsiders? "Disciple, your words are too harsh, I don't want to hear it." It was the same for the constellation clouds. This caused Lin Ling to bitterly smile. He felt extremely guilty because his master had treated him as one of his own, yet he had brought so much trouble to the spirit province. However, since it was caused by him, Lin Ling, would definitely solve it in exchange for a clean sky in the spirit state. "I'll leave this sunshine ice heaven furnace in the spirit province. It can block the attacks of many saints, and it can even kill saints. This can also stall for more time." Then, Lin Ling looked into the distance, at the purple smoke in the corners of the spirit state. "Can you really control that divine furnace?" Xianxia and the others were shocked. Lin Ling smiled and did not explain anything. His gaze suddenly fell on a white-haired young man in the crowd. "Meng Lu, can you do me a favor?" Amidst the crowd, the cold Meng Lu smiled and nodded. "Do your best. Although I can't fully resist the heavenly court, I should be able to resist a portion of their power." "Thank you," Lin Ling said gratefully. He asked Meng Lu for help, of course, to invite the tomb guardians of the 9 states' 10 evils. Although not all of the tomb guardians would come, a small portion would be enough. Sigh, if only I could find Senior Lu Chen. Then Lin Ling sighed softly. Senior Lu Chen was a big shot of the Creation Alliance. With his help, he would definitely not be afraid of the heavenly court. Unfortunately, Senior Lu Chen was elusive, and Lin Ling would not be able to find him. Moreover, Lin Ling realized that he had unknowingly begun to confront the heavenly court head-on. At night, Lin Ling sat cross-legged in a corner of the Tantric sect's valley. Behind him, the ancient tree of Mount Yu swayed. Yu and the others were also cultivating. They wanted to use this short 1 year to increase their strength as much as possible. "I'm currently at the 1st stage of the half-saint realm. I can defeat half-saints at the 5th stage, and I have all kinds of divine abilities." Lin Ling was evaluating his strength. His soul power had reached 7,000 steps. The celestial demon body had the power of 300 stages and the speed of 50 stages. On the other hand, his fire elemental energy center was much weaker, and the space-time divine steel still could not unleash its full power. Otherwise, he would have been able to form the 5th Dantian. The calamity-destroying Sun Bao is currently my trump card. It would be great if I could use it for the 3rd time, Lin Ling said regretfully. However, he was not in a hurry. The divine abilities of the dragon tribe could not be learned in a short period of time. On the other hand, the scabbard, his trump card, was not very powerful at the moment. With only 30% of the demonic sword, it was obviously too weak to fight against intermediate and advanced half-saints. Unless he found a new broken sword. Moreover, the headless old man did not seem to have much time left for him. "I have to leave the spirit state temporarily," Lin Ling thought to himself. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he thought of the money that Li Xiaoyao had left behind at Fuxing Manor. He could take it out now. Next, he planned to leave the spirit state with Yu, Di Shitian, and Meng Lu. They would go to the larger divine land to find cultivation resources. On the 2nd day, Lin Ling made a suggestion. Yu and the others agreed, but Xianxia and the others did not agree. However, knowing Lin Ling's character, they did not stop him. After Lin Ling and the others left the spirit state, they first went to Qing state and found that there were no major issues there. Then Lin Ling decided to go to Yu state. Yu State was bigger, and the Fuxing Manor there would be able to obtain the treasures left behind by Li Xiaoyao. The treasures were actually not that big. This caused Li Xiaoyao to be too lazy to take them after he became stronger. However, to the current Linling, it was a huge treasure. This was because there were many treasures of heaven and earth. If they were used to set up a formation and cooperate with the divine furnace, they would be able to kill gods and Buddhas. From the spirit state to Yu State, they had to travel for a month. Lin Ling and the others did not feel much pressure, so they were chatting happily. TSK, Yu State's divine dream has opened. There are countless treasures. Yes, Yu State is ranked 3rd in the 9 states, but it welcomes any cultivator from the 9 states. It's not like Yen State and Miao State. This is the territory of the gods. Ordinary people cannot approach. Moreover, Yu State's Emperor Yu is the most hospitable. While they were traveling, they could hear the cultivators discussing something. As they got closer to Yu State, Lin Ling and the others saw the Universal Inn. This was an inn built in the middle of the universe. It was extremely unique. Lin Ling was used to it. On the other hand, Yu and the others were curious. They stayed for 3 consecutive nights. Of course, while they were staying, Lin Ling also asked about their next destination. After another 3 days, they arrived at Yu State. On the surface, Yu State was similar to the spirit state. However, it was more vast and boundless. Moreover, there were all kinds of strong cultivators gathered there. Yu State could also be called a business paradise. Moreover, there was only one city. The size of this city could be imagined. Lin Ling and the others entered the city and walked towards one of the branches of the Fuxing Manor. However, before they got close, they saw a familiar face. It was Sunset's Glory, the former vice manor master of Qing State's Fuxing Manor. Chapter 31-22. Meeting a soulmate in a foreign land. What are you doing? You want me to go through so many procedures? Are you a pig? A crisp voice rang out from the entrance of Fuxing Manor. A man wearing a beast-shaped armor was reprimanding a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man lowered his head and smiled apologetically, looking very awkward. Dear customer, I'm just following the procedures. If you want to take the treasures from Fuxing Manor, you have to go through a certain examination. The middle-aged man said. And that was the rule. That was because Fuhang Manor was a place to store money, and it was also a place to store treasures. If one wanted to take out a treasure, one must have the corresponding method or key. However, the armored man did not take out the key and instead forced the middle-aged man to take out the treasure for him. This was obviously a little too much. Bullshit. I'm telling you, you better hand over all the treasures from the Xian to the 250th word. Otherwise, don't blame me for whipping you. The armored man snorted coldly and raised his hand. Sir, I can't do that. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and continued to speak with a smile. But a crisp slap landed heavily on the middle-aged man's face. Dog, you dog, why aren't you obediently doing your job? The armored man reprimanded after slapping him. Slapping the faces of the people from Fuhang Manor in public was undoubtedly an extremely honorable thing to do. Therefore, although the man looked angry, his face was also filled with pride. As for the middle-aged man, he gritted his teeth but didn't dare to do anything. He continued to smile and salute. It seems that you still don't know your identity. You're just a servant, a dog. That man raised his hand again, as if he was about to hit. But at this moment, an old man wearing a brocade robe walked out from the magnificent door. Behind him were 2 attendants. They looked like people from Fuxing Manor. Sunset Glory, what are you doing? After walking out, the old man first shouted at the middle-aged man. Manager, this person wants to take his treasure, but he didn't provide a key or password, so I have to follow the rules. The middle-aged man bowed to the old man. Hearing this, the old man frowned. You're really a useless fellow. You've been in Fuxing Manor for so many years, but you can't even handle such a small matter. In my opinion, you shouldn't have come to Yuzhou. You should have stayed in Qingzhou, that small place, and continued to be the deputy manor lord. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the armored man and smiled. I wonder if this little friend can provide the purple gold jade pendant? Sure, but your Fu Hang manner makes me very unhappy. If I take out the purple gold jade pendant, I will make this dog kneel down and apologize on the streets. The armored man replied with a cold snort. It doesn't matter. This person doesn't know how to do things and has no achievements in Fu Xing manner. Don't even mention kneeling down and apologizing. Even if you break one of his arms, Fu Xing manner will not stop you. The old man laughed. These words caused the middle-aged man's pupils to narrow. The surrounding people also sighed and shook their heads. It seemed like there was a difference in status in Fu Xing manner. The middle-aged man's status was obviously lower than that of a dog's because he had no achievements in Fu Xing manner. Open your dog eyes and look. Next, the armored man waved his right hand and a purple gold jade pendant appeared. The word Fu was engraved on it and it looked extremely exquisite. A purple gold jade pendant, TSK, this is a higher status than a jade pendant. I didn't expect this person to be a purple gold VIP of Fu Xing manner. That middle-aged man has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. However, no matter how I look at it, I feel that the armored man did it on purpose. Perhaps he wants to find a way to prove his superiority. The surrounding people started to discuss animatedly. As a guest of Fu Xing manner, they were also divided into grades. There were black and white, gold and purple jade pendant grades. Above that, there were black and white, gold and purple jade pendant grades. The jade pendant was obviously of a higher grade than the jade pendant. According to legend, there were king grade, emperor grade, and honorable grade spirit tablets. Of course, this only appeared in legends. Luo Riyao, look at what you've done. You're really a piece of dog shit. You've just been transferred to Yuzhou and you can't even handle such a small matter. What's the use of you? In my opinion, Yuzhou is not suitable for you. You'd better go back to your hometown. After seeing the purple gold jade pendant, the old man looked at Luo Riyao and scolded him badly. Luo Riyao could only clench his teeth and lower his head. He was also cursing in his heart. He had just arrived at Yuzhou and what good results did he have that made the people of Fu Xing manor look down on him and suppress him? Kneel down and apologize. Kneel down. The old man was also a member of Fu Xing manor. However, he obviously did not intend to help him. He even wanted Luo Riyao to be driven away. Yes, I'm a purple gold VIP. You've offended me and you're still not kneeling down and apologizing? Sigh. The armored man crossed his arms and said lazily, let me tell you, I'm an escort of the godly escort mansion. I've always been in charge of escorts in Jiuzhou. I've stored a lot of treasures and money in Fu Xing manor. So, if you offend me, you've offended a VIP. Godly escort mansion? I didn't expect this guy to have such a big background. Sigh. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. He's just showing off his superiority. Sigh. Yes, the godly escort mansion is an escort mansion in Jiuzhou. The escorts there are ordinary martial artists. As long as they succeed in escorting their escorts, they'll be able to reach the sky in one step. From an ordinary person, they'll suddenly become a saint. Naturally, they want to get back all the grievances they've suffered. Poor middle-aged man. He's obviously a punching bag. Sigh. Around the streets, there were even more whispers. Why aren't you kneeling down? Sigh. The armored man's nostrils were almost facing the sky. I'll endure it. If I do a big business in the future, I'll definitely pay you back 10 times. Sigh. Luo Riyao cursed in his heart. He walked out with a smile on his face. Then, he swept a glance at the gloating faces on the street and sighed again. When a tiger goes down to the plains, he'll be bullied by dogs. If he stayed in Qingzhou, he could live a good life. However, people always want to go higher. When he came to Yuzhou, he immediately turned from a local tyrant to a slave. Now, he even had to kneel down to some trash. However, he was also a person who wanted to do big things. He endured the humiliation and immediately knelt down. However, when his knee was about to touch the ground, a foot suddenly stopped him. Is there a need to? At the same time, an indifferent voice rang in Luo Riyao's ears. This voice made Luo Riyao stunned. He suddenly raised his head and saw a man wearing a large cloak standing quietly in front of him under the dazzling sun. Under the brim of the hat, there was a familiar smile. Lin Ling. Luo Riyao's whole body shook. Hee, old ghost, I didn't expect us to meet again. A voice quietly came from afar. Luo Riyao looked over and immediately smiled excitedly. It was Di Shirtian, Meng Lu. Tears almost flowed out of Luo Riyao's eyes. In Yuzhou, a place where dragons and snakes mix together, Luo Riyao was able to meet someone from Qingzhou. It was tantamount to meeting a bosom friend in a foreign land. Moreover, this person was Emperor Qin behind Qingzhou. Without waiting for him to calm down, Lin Ling had already helped him up. Luo Riyao's expression changed slightly. He looked at the old man from Fuxing Manor with fear. Chapter 31:23. After picking the manager, it was time to pick the deputy manor head. Sunset Glory, who told you to get up? Don't you want to stay in Fuxing Manor anymore? The old man reprimanded. His words made Luo Riyao tremble. I'll call him. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also spoke up. Luo's face was full of disbelief. Although Lin Ling was the Emperor Qin behind the scenes, this was Yuzhou. You called him? The old man's gaze swept over, and the disdain in his eyes grew even stronger. This young man was very young, and his strength was not strong. He did not understand where his courage came from. Old man, who do you think you are? You actually want my friend to kneel. Lin Ling also arrived in front of the old man and glanced at him. He realized that the old man was in the Saint Realm. As expected, there were many Saint Realm experts in Yu Province. However, he was not too afraid. After all, this was Fu Hang Manor. In this place, one's strength was not important, but one's status. Ha, little fellow, are you talking to me? Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but laugh loudly. He was laughing at Lin Ling's ignorance. At the side, the armored man also laughed mockingly. Instead, he began to explain, this person is the manager. His status is only below the vice villa master. You're saying that he doesn't have the qualifications? Also, that unlucky bastard is just a servant. To put it bluntly, he's just a lowly dog. Do you think they can compare? As soon as he finished speaking, the armored man laughed out loud. The entire street was filled with laughter at this moment. Lin Ling, on the other hand, didn't know what they were laughing about. Who said he was a dog? He asked curiously. Where did the rules come from to prove that he was a servant? Hearing this, the old man laughed even louder, not bothering to explain anything. Luo Riyao smiled bitterly and said, Lin Ling, in Fuxing Manor, one's status is evaluated based on one's contribution to Fuxing Manor. I just came here, so I don't have any customers. That manager has been in Yuzhou for many years and has countless customers, so his position is higher than mine. You dog, at least you know your place. Hearing this, the old man nodded and spoke. I see. Lin Ling suddenly nodded and said thoughtfully, this also means that in Fuxing Manor, the guests are gods and have the highest authority. Is that so? If it's a high-ranking guest, that is indeed the case. Even if the deputy manor master is here, he must treat the guest like an emperor. Luo Riyao immediately nodded and said, Don't tell me you want to tell me? Are you a noble guest? At this time, the old man sized up Lin Ling's group with a disdainful gaze. These people were at most a platinum-ranked jade token customer. They probably hadn't even reached the jade pendant level. Excuse me, how many times have you been to Yuzhou's Fuxing Manor? Lin Ling shrugged. It's my first time here. Lin Ling shrugged and said, It's my first time. Then let me ask you again, do you have the jade pendant? The armored man couldn't help but laugh again. It seemed like this guy was as idiotic as Luo Riyao. There's no pendant at all, Lin Ling said honestly. As soon as he finished his words, the streets burst into laughter. It was as if they were going to overturn Yuzhou City. These people were indeed from the countryside. They didn't have anything and didn't know anything. The most important thing was that they dared to speak with such confidence. One had to say that the ignorant were fearless. While the crowd was laughing, Lin Ling had already walked toward the old man and slapped him. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap was heard. It directly stunned the old man and made the laughter on the street disappear instantly. The old man's eyes narrowed. I'm here for some business. Who asked you to stop me? Also, do you have the right to stop me? After the slap, Lin Ling said indifferently. The old man was stunned again. Although the guests have a godlike status in Fu Xing Manor, that's only for the high-ranking guests. It doesn't include a first-time visitor like you who doesn't have the jade pendant with you. Now you dare to hit me? Are you trying to say that I'm not qualified to serve you with my status? The old man was so angry that he laughed. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people around and he didn't want to ruin the reputation of Fu Xing Manor, he would have already killed this young man. You are indeed not qualified. However, Lin Ling said indifferently. His words made the street even more silent. Beside him, the armored man looked as if he had seen the funniest joke in the world. He held his stomach and said, Are you trying to say that only the deputy manor master is qualified to serve you? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling shook his head and said, Not even the deputy manor master is qualified. The crowd on the street was dumbfounded. How arrogant was he? Only then did he dare to say such words. One had to know that the deputy manor master of Fu Xing Manor in Yuzhou was an extraordinary existence. He was at the peak of the sage realm. Not to mention Lin Ling, this young man, even if a sage came, the deputy manor master wouldn't need to show any respect. It seems like you're dead meat. The old man kept shaking his head and pronounced Lin Ling's death sentence. Although Fu Xing Manor treated its guests like gods, the premise was that Lin Ling was a guest. Now, it seemed that Lin Ling wasn't a guest at all. What are you doing? It seemed that the noise at the entrance had attracted the attention of Fu Xing Manor. Therefore, a dignified middle-aged man walked out of the magnificent entrance. Moreover, many guests walked out of Fu Xing Manor as well. After so many years in Fu Xing Manor, very few people dared to make such a ruckus at the entrance. Deputy Manor Master. Seeing this, the old man's expression changed. So did Luo Riyao. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. He looked dignified without being angry. The old man hurriedly said, It's Luo Riyao. His friend is causing trouble here. He took the initiative to criticize Luo Riyao. If the deputy manor master was angry, then Luo Riyao would definitely be chased out of Fu Xing Manor. Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked at Luo Riyao with cold eyes. The latter's heart trembled subconsciously. Your manor master Fu? However, before the middle-aged man could speak, Lin Ling had already looked at him and walked towards him slowly. The deputy manor master was puzzled. What was this young man, who was only at the first heaven of the half-saint realm, trying to do? Slap. The crisp sound of a slap was heard again. Lin Ling told him what he was doing. He was slapping the deputy manor master's face. This slap was like a slap to everyone's heart. Everyone subconsciously touched their faces, which were filled with fear. As for Luo Riyao, he was stunned. Slapping the deputy manor master's face? Slapping a saint's face? And at the entrance of Fu Xing Manor? Most importantly, slapping the deputy manor master after slapping the manor master? His legs turned to jelly and he almost knelt on the ground in fright. He could foresee the future. This group of people would definitely die. Ha ha ha, ha. The old man was laughing. He was laughing at Lin Ling's craziness. He was laughing at Lin Ling's insanity. It was fine to slap him, but he even slapped the deputy manor master? He knew that Luo Riyao must be regretting it so much that his intestines turned green. Just as he was about to speak, the deputy manor master stretched out his hand to stop him. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling and said, Do you know what the Fu Xing Manor relied on to survive for so many years? Do you know what the Fu Xing Manor relied on to spread throughout the 9 prefectures? Do you know? Do you know what the Fu Xing Manor relied on to gain the respect of the 9 prefectures? Do you know? Chapter 31:24. Seeing an order is like seeing a god. That's right, but it doesn't mean that everyone is a guest. Let me tell you, the reason why Fu Hang Manor has been passed down for so many years is because of its inviolable strength. Boom! After the vice manor master finished speaking, a terrifying amount of boundary essence was already brewing in his palm. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in front of Fu Hang Manor's gate. He wanted to let everyone who entered Fu Hang Manor know that although they treated their guests like gods, not everyone could humiliate Fu Hang Manor. This also meant that not everyone was a god. Die, it's best if you can kill Luo Riyao too. He has someone backing him up in Fu Hang Manor, but this time, those people can't protect him. Boom! The old man beside him was extremely excited. Obviously, he couldn't wait for Luo Riyao to die. In fact, the vice manor master had already made his move. However, Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and drew something in front of him. Suddenly, a complicated and mysterious mark appeared quietly. Finally, a mark as big as a stone mill floated in front of Lin Ling. That imprint made the old man laugh even louder. Was this kid crazy? The knife was already at his neck, and he was still drawing? Even the people around the street were dumbfounded. They could even imagine the scene of blood splattering on the street. Seeing an order is like seeing a god. However, at this moment, a majestic voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. At the same time, the sage's attack arrived. It blew Lin Ling's long hair wildly. Death seemed to have arrived. However, at the crucial moment, the palm stopped abruptly. The vice manor master's pupils were trembling as he stared at the mysterious mark. Seeing an order is like seeing a god. This sentence caused his heart to tremble. Unfortunately, except for him, no one else could understand that mysterious mark. Even the old man kept clamoring, occasionally shaking his head and sighing, what a pity for such a young man. However, before he finished sighing, Lin Ling's palm landed on the vice manor master's face again. The vice manor master didn't dare to fight back at all and bowed in respect. At this moment, it was as if he had seen a god. This attitude, this change, made everyone dumbfounded, dizzy, and almost drunk. Not only did that ignorant person of the younger generation not die, he even gave the vice villa master another slap. Most importantly, the vice manor lord was actually bowing. Even Sunset Dazzling felt like he was dreaming. He looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling was standing there with one hand behind his back, looking like a god. Are the 13 blessings still around? Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. Replying to the guest, Lord 13 Blessings is still here. He is in Yen State. The vice manor lord didn't dare to be negligent and said respectfully. At this moment, his heart was rumbling like thunder. This was because the mark Lin Ling had inscribed on the Fortune Merchant Manor's divine token had surpassed the jade token and jade pendant, surpassing the purple gold and platinum divine token. It was a divine token that stood at the pinnacle of the Fortune Merchant Manor. Unlike ordinary jade pendants, this kind of customer didn't need to wear anything. They only needed to carve the corresponding mark. This was because these customers had a long history, and some of them were experts from the era of deities. A mere jade pendant couldn't be preserved for so long, and such a customer could only be seen once in 100 years in the Fortune Merchant Manor. This also meant that this godlike customer had left a precious treasure in the Fortune Merchant Manor. Normally, the one who received him was the strongest Fortune Merchant Manor, 36 blessings. Since I am in Yen State, I will reluctantly let you receive me. Previously, I gave you 2 slaps. Do you accept it? Lin Ling said again. Yes, I accept it. I hope that you can be magnanimous and forgive Lin Nanshan's mistake. The vice manor lord could only bow respectfully. However, I am still not convinced. You can't do things more than 3 times. You still owe me a slap. Should I be the one to slap you? Do it yourself. Lin Ling said. I don't dare to trouble you. I will do it myself. The vice manor lord's heart trembled, and he slapped heavily. Several teeth were shot to the ground by that slap. From this, it could be seen how powerful that slap was. This made the street even more silent. The old man, who was still laughing, was dumbfounded. As for the gloating armored man, his face was incomparably pale. Vice manor lord, what happened? He is just a young man who is still wet behind the ears. After shaking his head, the old man asked in fear. Our Fortune Merchant Manor treats our guests like gods, but in recent years, There have been very few godlike guests. But today we are lucky to have one. And he is. The Vice Manor Lord immediately replied. Hearing this, the old man's heart thumped. He asked again, does he have a King Divine token? No, he is above the King Divine token, the Imperial Divine token. When he heard the last sentence, the old man's heart almost jumped out of his body. How could this be? How could an Imperial Divine token appear in the hands of a young man? His expression kept changing. Then, he knelt down with a thud and crawled toward Lin Ling. Dear guest, you're a magnanimous person. I was wrong. I don't dare to trouble you. I'll give myself 300 slaps. If there's one less, you can break my legs. The change in his attitude could be said to be 180 degrees. At this moment, he was like a slave who had seen a god. Lin Ling smiled and stepped on the old man's shoulder. You are really a wretch. That's right, I am a wretch, the old man said with a smile. Then he slapped himself countless times. His beard had all been knocked off. His teeth had all been knocked out. You seem to be the owner of the purple gold jade token. I wonder if I can make you kneel down? As Lin Ling stepped on the old man, he looked at the armored man and asked. To him, Luo Riyao was his benefactor. If he dared to make Luo Riyao kneel down and apologize, it would be a humiliation to him, Lin Ling. He had to avenge Luo Riyao. I am not from the Fortune Merchant Manor. You have no right to order me. The armored man's heart trembled, but he said firmly, I am from the Godly Escort Manor. I am someone you can't afford to offend. Although he was very prideful, anyone could tell that he had a guilty conscience when he said the last sentence. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and did not say anything. However, his eyes were looking at the armored man calmly. His eyes were majestic as if he was a god. Plop. In the end, the armored man's heart collapsed and he knelt down. Although Lin Ling did not have the right to order him, Lin Ling had an Imperial Grade Divine token. His background was definitely not to be underestimated. Most importantly, he felt that even if he refused, the Deputy Manor Head would still take action against him. Although the Fortune Merchant Manor treated their guests as if they were gods, it was obvious that he was not as good as Lin Ling. Trash, I thought he had a backbone. In the end, he knelt down just by looking at him. The surrounding people said with disdain. Subsequently, their gazes all turned towards Lin Ling. They had never imagined that this ordinary-looking young man would actually have such a powerful background. Now, the person receiving me is Luo Riyao. Is this okay? Chapter 31:25. Take back the treasure. Yes, this is Luo Riyao's good fortune. After today, he will be the manager of Fuxing Manor. The Vice Villa Master immediately said with a smile. Then he looked at Luo Riyao and said in a dignified manner, Luo Riyao, you have met a noble person, why aren't you greeting the noble guest? After he finished speaking, he felt that his tone was too dignified. He quickly slapped himself and said with a smile, don't mind my tone. I'm a little used to it. I hope that you can put in a good word for me when you return to the headquarters. One had to know that Imperial-level divine decrees were usually received by the 36 blessings of the headquarters. If an ordinary person could receive one, then they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step and be promoted to an official rank. It could be said that even if he did not receive a single guest in the Yuzhou branch of Sunset Shine, as long as he had Lin Ling, he would be a high-level manager. In other words, Luo Riyao's status would be higher than his in the future. At this moment, Sunset Sun stood there in a daze, as if he was dreaming. He had been here for several years and had always been a lowly existence. But now, he soared into the sky with a single step and his status was even higher than the Vice Manor Lords. Congratulations, Sunset Glory, you finally made it. I'm afraid that it won't be long before you become a Manor Lord. Many people from Fuxing Manor were smart people. They walked out with smiles on their faces and congratulated Sunset Brilliance politely. Of course, their eyes were filled with envy. Congratulations to you. Luo Riyao finally reacted and laughed excitedly. Then he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and said, they treat me like a god. You don't have to. As soon as Lin Ling said that, The Vice Manor Lord immediately knew the relationship between Lin Ling and Luo Riyao. He had already secretly made up his mind that after tomorrow, he would definitely curry favor with Luo Riyao. Go in. After that, Lin Ling took the lead and walked into Fu Xing Manor. Both of you, kneel down before I come out. When the voice entered the two old men's ears, their wry smiles became even stronger, especially the old man. He had already finished 300 slaps, but he couldn't help but slap himself again. That was because he had missed an important guest. He regretted it. He was filled with hatred. Why couldn't they recognize Mount Tai? Divine guests only appeared once in 100 years, and they usually only appeared in the Yen state and Miao state. Today, such good luck appeared in front of him, but he missed it. After entering Fu Xing Manor, the entire Fu Xing Manor was respectful and courteous, and Lin Ling also treated them with indifference. On the contrary, Yu Yu and Sakura were still in shock. They didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a high status in Fu Hang Manor. Long story short, I'm here today to take the treasure. In the end, they arrived at a large hall. Lin Ling spoke briefly to the Vice Manor Lord. The Vice Manor Lord nodded and led Lin Ling to a secret chamber. This secret chamber was extremely spacious and was surrounded by powerful enchantments that isolated everything from the outside world. This is the highest level sealed cave abode in Fu Xing Manor. After so many years, this is the first time my branch has been opened. The Vice Manor Lord exclaimed. Lin Ling nodded and said, "You may leave. Yes. If you need any help, please let me know." The Vice Manor Lord quickly left. After all, they had no right to know what the treasure left behind by the guest was. In the secret chamber, Lin Ling sighed as he looked at the empty sky. Then he formed a complicated seal with both hands. This was the key to opening the treasure. After so many years, the treasure left behind by Li Xiaoyao can finally be taken out today. Rumble. The void rumbled and then shattered like glass. A void space appeared, and Lin Ling walked in. Inside, the spiritual energy was extremely dense. Even after countless years, the treasures on the ground still hadn't changed much. This was the advantage of having an emperor-level guest. The treasures stored could remain unchanged for thousands of years. As for the treasures, there were many rare heavenly treasures and countless royal crystals. With these heavenly treasures, I can set up a powerful enchantment to protect the spirit state. Sigh. Lin Ling let out a light breath. In order to fight against the heavenly court, he had gone all out. After collecting all the treasures, Lin Ling left the secret chamber. Outside the secret chamber, the Vice Manor Lord had been waiting there. After seeing Lin Ling, he immediately bowed. Of course, he didn't dare to ask Lin Ling what he took. That was beyond his authority. I wonder if this guest can meet Lord 36 Blessings? Sigh. The Vice Manor Lord said with a smile. I'm not free for the time being. Sigh. Lin Ling shook his head and refused. He wasn't sure if Martial God Qilin was paying attention to the treasure because Li Xiaoyao had mentioned it to Martial God Qilin in the past. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better to leave immediately. By the way, has anything big happened in Yu State recently? Sigh. Lin Ling walked along the corridor with the Vice Manor Lord as he asked. If it's a big matter, then the divine dream has opened. This has been the rule of Yu State for hundreds of years. In the 9 states, except for the Yen state and Miao state, everyone can participate. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must have a certain background. The Vice Manor Lord said. Oh, what's so special about this divine dream? Lin Ling asked curiously. It's a land of God's treasures. However, saints can't enter. There are countless treasures inside. TSK, if I wasn't a saint, I would also want to participate. A land of such great treasures? Emperor Yu actually announced it to the public? Although it seems like Emperor Yu has suffered a loss by announcing the divine dream to the public, in fact, the arrival of the powerhouses of the 9 states will also stimulate the trade of Yu State. This will be more beneficial to Emperor Yu. After all, Yu State is the largest trade center of the 9 states. The Vice Manor Lord said with a smile. That's true. By the way, can the Vice Manor Lord help us get some identities? Lin Ling was obviously looking forward to the divine dreamland. Although he had obtained a large amount of treasures, the amount of treasures needed to arrange a powerful ancient barrier array was beyond his imagination. Moreover, he needed to burn money for his cultivation. Therefore, it was better to be prepared. No problem. When the two arrived at the main hall, they saw Yu and the others chatting with Sunset Brilliance. When Sunset Brilliance saw Lin Ling, he immediately bowed respectfully. Previously, through the conversation between Yu and the others, he learned that Lin Ling had become a realm emperor. This greatly shocked him. One had to know that although the Azure State seemed to be the world of the third princess, everyone knew that behind the Azure Emperor was a retired emperor, and that was Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling was already the god emperor of 2 divine lands. He couldn't imagine what Lin Ling had experienced in the spirit state. Moreover, he sighed in his heart. This was because when he first met Lin Ling, he knew that this child's name would shake the 9 states. He didn't expect that today, his prophecy would come true. As for Lin Ling's future, perhaps the sky was the limit. Yu, we're going to the divine dreamland. Since we've encountered such a grand event, we naturally can't miss it. Divine dreamland? Colliding with the powerhouses of the 9 states? Interesting. Colliding with the powerhouses of the 9 states is a minor matter. Instead, obtaining harvests is a major matter. Don't forget, we only have a year. Good. Lin Ling, this time we'll definitely reap a great harvest. After some discussion, everyone agreed to go to the divine dreamland. This was because this was an opportunity that was delivered to their doorstep. I'm going too. Sunset Brilliance wasn't a saint, so he naturally wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. Let's go together. With the reputation of the Azure State and Spirit State, we'll clean out the divine dreamland. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. His words caused the Vice Manor Lord's eyes to twitch. A foreboding feeling rose in his heart. Chapter 31:26. The divine dreamland opened. In front of the Vice Villa Master's surprised eyes, Lin Ling and the others had already left. After arriving at the city, Lin Ling and the others didn't have time to stroll around. They found an inn and settled down, quietly waiting for the divine dreamland to open. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that when the divine dream opened, they would have to face all the half-saints of the 9 provinces. Thus, in order to increase everyone's strength, Lin Ling had refined a massive number of spirit symbols. These spirit symbols were similar to the ones Lin Ling obtained from the 8 gods' heavenly palace. They were not weak at all. However, the materials needed to refine these spirit symbols were priceless. In the past, Lin Ling didn't have so much money. But after obtaining Li Xiaoyao's treasures, Lin Ling was able to afford it. And most importantly, if the harvests he obtained in the divine dream were greater, then Lin Ling would have profited. Thunder note symbol, first note symbol, middle note symbol, final note symbol. With my current materials, I can refine middle note symbols. A spirit symbol is equal to an early half-saint's all-out attack. Moreover, if I refine a final note symbol, I can refine 6. Storm note symbol. It can increase the speed of 10 worlds. It is also divided into different grades. The highest grade is 30 worlds. Origin flame break note symbol. It is divided into primal, ancient, and absolute. It can ignite the flame of divinity, and its strength is equal to a 5th level half-saint's all-out attack. In the inn, Lin Ling's eyes became increasingly bright. His hands constantly formed enchantments, burning materials with the flames of space and time to refine spirit symbols. This caused Lin Ling to sigh with emotion. A martial artist's cultivation was, in truth, burning money. With money came strength. Of course, these spirit symbols were consumable items. Unless one was truly rich, the average person wouldn't be willing to refine them. This was because a truly powerful martial artist believed in their own strength. They would rather use cultivation resources to cultivate than use them on one-time use treasures. Time quietly passed. A massive number of spirit symbols began to float out from Lin Ling's body. His forehead was dripping with sweat. Even though his soul force had been greatly enhanced and he had regained all his memories, refining these spirit symbols still left him exhausted. Apart from the materials needed to set up the formation and the emperor crystals needed for cultivation, all the materials have been used up. After a long time, Lin Ling looked at the colorful talismans around him and nodded in satisfaction. Now, he could only hope that the divine dreamland would have a great harvest. The next day, Lin Ling called Yu and the others over and distributed the talismans to everyone. Second brother? Aren't these the talismans we snatched from the 8 gods' heavenly palace and Dragontooth City? Indra looked familiar and immediately exclaimed. Big brother, those spirit talismans can only injure the initial stage of the half-sage realm. How can they be compared with my spirit talismans? The strongest spirit talisman that I have refined can injure an expert of the 5th layer of the half-sage realm. Moreover, the spirit talismans of the late stage of the half-sage realm can be used at the same time. Lin Ling said with a smile. Yu and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Especially Xian Yuangu. She wasn't even a half-step saint, but she could defeat a half-step saint? However, these spirit talismans can only be used once. Unless it is a critical moment, do not use them carelessly. Lin Ling exhorted again. Everyone nodded. Powerful treasures also had their disadvantages, and that was that they couldn't be used too many times. Before long, Sunset Shine also rushed back. Where is Lin Ling? He hasn't left seclusion yet? The Divine Dreamland is about to open. If we don't register now, then it will be too late. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Ling and couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling also gave some souls to Sunset Shine. He reminded him that the goal of this trip was to seize the treasures of the Divine Dreamland. The more the better. 1 year from now, the Spirit Province will welcome the iron hooves of the Heavenly Court. Thus, in this year, we must forge the Spirit Province into an iron plate. Okay, I will not disappoint you. Sunset Shine also understood the situation of the Spirit Province. He immediately nodded. Soon, everyone left the inn. When they arrived outside, they saw that the Yu province was extremely lively. Many half-step saints and half-step saints had appeared on the streets and were gathering in one direction. So many experts. Look under that flag, there is not a single martial immortal realm expert. Sakura swept his gaze across the crowd and saw a large group of people proudly walking forward. The person in the lead was holding a flag that shone with boundless radiance. Those are people from the Divine Escort Mansion. They are a huge escort agency that is spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Sunset Shine explained. The Divine Escort Mansion was a gathering place for escorts. Anyone could join and receive missions from the agency in exchange for rewards. Moreover, the Divine Escort Mansion was extremely united. If something happened to any of them, the nearby escorts would come to help. It was because of this that the Divine Escort Mansion was able to gain a firm foothold in the 9 prefectures. I didn't expect there to be an escort agency in the 9 prefectures. Sakura sighed with emotion. That's for sure. The 9 prefectures are vast and boundless. There are countless dangerous places. If a martial artist is lucky enough to obtain a treasure, he can't guarantee that he will be able to bring it back safely. Therefore, at this time, he has to rely on the escort agency. The escort agency can travel throughout the 9 prefectures and complete missions that ordinary people can't. Sunset Shine said. Moreover, anyone can join the escort agency. The minimum requirement is to be a martial immortal realm expert. If you can complete missions repeatedly, you can become a gold-tier escort and be valued by the Divine Escort Mansion. Everyone listened as they walked. Soon, they saw another group of powerful martial artists. Flying Dragon Organization. The leader of the group of martial artists held a black silk banner with a winged flying dragon embroidered on it. The Assassin Organization. Lin Ling and the others' eyes flashed. It was another great force that was spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Our Fortune Manor also has people participating in the Divine Dream competition. Moreover, the Heavenly Court also has people participating. Generally speaking, as long as there is a famous force in the 9 prefectures, they won't miss such a grand event. Look over there, that is the Yu family. They are also the bloodline of Emperor Yu. And over there, that is the descendant of Divine Moon. Those are the people of Xiankong Island. As they walked forwards, sunset brilliance constantly explained, causing Sakura and the others to have solemn expressions. With the half-saints of the 9 prefectures gathered here, powerhouses were truly as common as clouds. I wonder if any of the 9 prefectures' 10 vicious are participating. I'm sure there are, but they're hidden in the crowd. Before long, Lin Ling and the others arrived at a wide square. There was a neat line in the square. Everyone was registering to enter the Divine Dream competition. My sect said that as long as I can obtain a great harvest in the Divine Dream competition, my sect will marry my junior apprentice sister to me. I really envy you. But my family also said that as long as I can obtain a harvest, my family will not teach me any martial arts. I will be allowed to choose one. You states Divine Dream competition, that is a place where one can soar to the heavens. The square was extremely lively. Everyone was happily chatting with each other. The Divine Dream competition is a ruin left behind by a god. Wow. Hearing the voices all around him, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He lined up with Yu and the others. Out of the way, we are Empyrean Dark North's people. If you don't want to die, then get out of here. Chapter 31:27. Confusion. Empyrean Dark North? Just a bunch of clowns. You should see just how many powerhouses have gathered here. Someone suddenly sneered, his words causing the group of people to be stunned. Then they no longer dared to be arrogant. This was because they could see that the heroes of the 9 provinces had gathered here. There were royal families left behind by gods, descendants of the 100 great bloodlines, and even influences that spread throughout the 9 provinces. Their Dark North Empyrean mansion clearly couldn't dominate this place. This way. The man in the lead clenched his teeth. Then he chose a relatively low-key group and lined up. Scram. There were many groups in the square, but that didn't mean they couldn't provoke any of them. The group in front of them clearly had an ordinary background. In Lin Ling's group, many people frowned. They clenched their teeth and moved aside, lining up once more. This caused Empyrean Dark North's group to reveal proud smiles. Yo, where are the beauties? How about you join us? You bunch of men, get out of my way. Before long, the group of people arrived behind Lin Ling. The man in the lead narrowed his eyes as he spoke. This caused Dreamflow and the others to frown. They had never heard of Empyrean Dark North before. Perhaps he was from some great influence of the 9 provinces. But to tell them to scram? This was far too overbearing. I'll give you a chance. Scram. Sakura immediately said. These words caused Empyrean Dark North's group to be stunned. Moreover, those around them also frowned. They had also seen Lin Ling's group. Their strength was ordinary. In this divine dreamland, they could be called the weakest existences. After all, they didn't even have a 5th-level half-saint. To call them passers-by was already giving them enough face. But who knew that this group of people would actually tell Empyrean Dark North's group to scram? Although Empyrean Dark North's group wasn't strong, there were many of them. Moreover, they had a 5th-level half-saint. Say that again. The man in the lead coldly said. The people behind him also began to stir. Scram, scram, scram. However, just as they finished speaking, Sakura had already shouted, scram, 3 times. In any case, their origins were ordinary and no one recognized them. Even if they provoked some great influence, they might not be able to find them. Thus, Sakura was so unscrupulous. Hearing this, those from Dark North Heavenly Mansion laughed. This was a mocking sneer. Very good. If some great influence told me to scram, then I would accept it. But you? Do you think you are some great influence? The man in the lead had already walked out. His surging realm essence was like a tide. But at this time, and Dark North's, the man in the face, the Dark North's in the next moment, the Dark North, the Dark North, Dark North, Dark North, Dark North, Dark North, Dark North of him. He was a cultivator at the 5th level of the half-saint realm, yet he was being threatened by a single sword strike? For a time, he Dark North. Oh my god, that young man seems to be at the 1st level of the half-saint realm. To Dark North 10 to Dark North, to you too. It of Dark North. The 9 prefectures are boundless. There are all kinds of people. That guy might be from one of the 100 great bloodlines or a descendant of a deity. The surrounding experts began to whisper among themselves. Their words were filled with shock. To them, although it was rare for a first heaven half-saint to defeat a fifth heaven half-saint, it was still possible. However, to subdue the Empyrean Dark North in one move was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Speak. Why are you not speaking? Lin Ling pointed at the Empyrean Dark North with his sword in hand and said. The Empyrean Dark North's face turned pale. He could not say a word. I'll let you speak. However, Lin Ling forced the Empyrean Dark North to speak. Most importantly, the Empyrean Dark North had called Yu Yu and the rest beautiful. He had even asked Yu Yu and the rest to accompany this group of men. This had touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. I don't know what to say. The Empyrean Dark North said fearfully. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was threatened by the sword. Since you don't know what to say, sing a song. Sing with a smile. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he spoke again. Sing? The Empyrean Dark North's eyes narrowed. There were so many people watching. Was he going to sing? Clang. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's sword was even closer to his neck. The cold air directly cut through the Empyrean Dark North's skin, causing fresh blood to gush out. Little boy, carrying that bag to school, I'm not afraid of the sun or the wind and rain. I'm only afraid that the teacher will scold me for being lazy and uneducated. I'm too ashamed to face my parents. Clang, 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 clang. Instantly, the Empyrean Dark North's sobbing voice rang out. However, the Empyrean Dark North's face actually revealed a smile. Perhaps it was a smile that was uglier than crying. The Empyrean Dark North fell silent. Following that, many people covered their mouths and laughed. In the end, some people couldn't help but laugh out loud. He really sang. Moreover, he actually sang such a children's song? What a terrible song. Lin Ling also laughed. Then, he kicked the Empyrean Dark North's face and sent him flying. If you all want to sing, you can stay. Lin Ling looked at the Empyrean Dark North's people and said, We won't sing, we won't sing. The Empyrean Dark North's people fled in terror. To them, this blue-robed youth was far too terrifying. They couldn't see through his strength at all. He wasn't someone they could provoke. Continue lining up. Ignoring those fellows who bullied the weak and feared the strong, Lin Ling put away his sword. He held on to Yu Yu and the others' hands and slowly lined up. As for Sakura and the others, they laughed. They looked at the Empyrean Dark North's people with mocking eyes and also lined up. Big brother, this person is too arrogant. Endure for now. This divine dream has attracted powerhouses from all over the 9 provinces. That brat's background is definitely not small. I think he might be the descendant of the legendary Heavenly Demon Sword. Heavenly Demon Sword? The Empyrean Dark North's people let their imaginations run wild. Finally, they were filled with dread towards Lin Ling. This was because an ordinary background absolutely didn't have strength like Lin Ling's. In fact, in the entire Empyrean Dark North's square, there were many people paying attention to Lin Ling. Can you see it? Is he at the first level of the half-saint realm? I don't think so. A first-level half-saint world essence shouldn't be so strong. He must be hiding his cultivation. That's right. Moreover, I've cultivated the turbid earth divine eye. It is difficult for an ordinary person to escape my eyes, but he is still able to hide his cultivation. So, I guess he must have obtained the Cloud State's 3 mountains 5 peaks 7 clouds art. This sort of cultivation concealing divine ability is ranked in the top 3 of the 9 provinces. Could he be someone from the 7 Cloud sect? He is the descendant of the Cloud Emperor. Whispers could be heard among the crowd. Everyone was randomly guessing Lin Ling's identity. They all had their own opinions, but in the end, they all believed that Lin Ling's background was not small at all. Interesting. He is at the rank of the Demon Sword and also has 2 great desolate body talents. Chapter 31:28. A Dream of 3,000 Years. Everyone continued to register. Before long, it was Lin Ling and the others' turn. They naturally chose a random name so that the people of the 9 province wouldn't know their origins, especially the Heavenly Court. As for Lin Ling, he chose son of demon. Yu Yu chose son of dragon. Dream Flow and the others also had playful thoughts. They chose son of tomb, son of bone, and so forth. As Sunset Brilliance saw Lin Ling and the others randomly come up with names, he was dumbfounded. In all of Azure State, perhaps only Lin Ling and the others dared to act so recklessly in Emperor Yu's territory. My name is Death of You. When it was Sunset Brilliance's turn, he also subconsciously came up with a random name. The old man responsible for registering names was originally depressed over Lin Ling and the others' names. Why were they using Son of Heaven and Son of Heaven? How strange. But who knew that Sunset Brilliance's name was Death of You? This caused the old man's pupils to narrow. Such a heavy taste? Even an old man wouldn't let them off? No, I spoke too quickly. It's Son of Sun. Seeing the old man's surprised expression, Sunset Brilliance waved his hands in panic. Ha! However, the old man actually sighed, a look of regret on his face. This caused Sunset Brilliance to be stunned. Could it be that this senior had such a taste? You don't plan on considering it? However, as Sunset Brilliance was surprised, the old man's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. No, thank you, senior. Sunset Brilliance hurriedly ran away, causing Lin Ling and the others to laugh out loud. As they continued forwards, a massive vortex of clouds appeared in front of them. This vortex was multicolored, like a dream. This was the divine dreamland. At this time, people were entering the vortex of clouds one after another. It was clear that this wasn't the first time that many people had come to this divine dreamland that only opened once every 100 years. They were all familiar with this place. As for Lin Ling and the others, they also entered. The entire process was like a dream that lasted for 3,000 years. This dream seemed to bring Lin Ling and the others back to their past lives. Then, they felt as if they had returned to the distant era of gods, the era when the heavens and earth were split apart. But soon, all of the dreams disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in a vast expanse of land. This land was like a continent abandoned by the gods. An ancient wind blew. It was lonely and silent. Lin Ling stood quietly on the ground and looked into the distance in surprise. Is this the divine dreamland? Yu Yu asked from the side. It's a very ancient continent. I'm afraid it's a place where the gods fought. Lin Ling nodded and looked around again. Sakura and the rest weren't separated and they were also looking ahead in surprise. In this ancient land, everyone had a feeling of insignificance. They even had the illusion that this place was very big, and that even saints had not been able to travel all over this place. Be on your way. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Ling indifferently said. As they moved forward, more and more people entered behind them. Just like Lin Ling and the others, they were shocked at first, but then they hurried on. Everyone was searching for treasures in the divine dreamland. Big Brother Ling, what do you think this broken stone is? It seems very mysterious. Before long, Yu found a golden broken stone. She hugged the broken stone and ran back in an extremely cute manner. This stone is a bit unusual. Even Lin Ling was surprised. This was because even he couldn't see through this stone. It had to be known that in his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had loved the Tao of enchantments. Thus, he had searched for many treasures and read through many ancient texts. In this world, there were very few treasures that he couldn't see through. Put it away. Lin Ling smiled. If he couldn't see through this treasure, then it was definitely something extraordinary. Lin Ling, there's one here too. Yes. Not long after, Setting Sun's Glory came running back with a stone the size of a millstone. This stone was not only golden, but there were mysterious runes carved into its surface. It seems to be some sort of enchantment treasure. Yes. This time, Lin Ling saw something. What treasure is this? Yes. Hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Ling, their faces full of curiosity. But Lin Ling shook his head. This treasure is likely very large. There are many enchantments gathered around it, so I can't see through this stone. Yes. Then let's continue. I estimate that there are many more ahead. Yes. Everyone's spirits rose. This was because they had just entered and they had already obtained a treasure. From this, it could be seen how many treasures there were. But then, everyone saw people killing others to steal their treasures. Although there were countless treasures here, human nature was greedy. They looked at their own bowl, but they also stared at the pot of others. In addition, this place was so large that even if 1 or 2 people died, no one would know. Naturally, they became somewhat unscrupulous. Most importantly, not long after, someone set their sights on Lin Ling's group. "What treasures did you find? Hand it over." Before they arrived, a sinister laughter sounded out from the distance. Then, 3 bald old men swaggered in, as if they were blown here by the wind. "If you want treasures, ask my sword first." However, Lin Ling was not afraid of them since they were only at the initial stage of the half-saint realm. "It's you?" The 3 bald old men had just steadied themselves when they exclaimed in surprise. Obviously, they recognized Lin Ling. After all, not long ago, Lin Ling had defeated a 5th-stage half-saint expert in the square. They happened to be nearby. "It's you guys? Son of the demon, son of the dragon, and you, Sun Dai?" One of the bald old men's face was very ugly. How could they be so unlucky to encounter this group of freaks? He knew that this group of people was not ordinary. The person behind them was either a god or an emperor. "Who is Sun Dai?" "I am son of Sun." Before Lin Ling could speak, Luo Riyao scolded angrily. "You call me son of Sunday. Is that okay? We went the wrong way just now. If we have disturbed you, please forgive us. We will leave now." The 3 bald old men could not wait to leave this place. After they finished speaking, they turned around and left. Clang. However, just as they moved, a sword was shot from afar and stabbed into the ground in front of them. It was as if a huge door had blocked their way. "Little ancestor." Looking at the extremely sharp sword, the 3 old men's hearts trembled. They smiled bitterly and turned around. "Did you find any treasures along the way?" Lin Ling asked expressionlessly. "Well, there are quite a few. Hand them over and get lost." "But then I will have to kill you." In the end, under threat, the 3 bald old men handed over all their treasures and left with their tails between their legs. They swore to themselves that they would stay as far away from these bandits as possible. Yu and the rest took their treasures and exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, these 3 old men have a lot of golden stones. Lin Ling, what's this?" "TSK, this is a rank crystal. It can increase one's rank. It is left behind by a powerful god over a long period of time. This is a rank crystal. There are a lot of them here." Sakura and the rest were rubbing their hands excitedly. They did not expect that just robbing 3 old men would result in such a rich harvest. Chapter 31:29. The Wrath of the Heavens. This place is too big. Rather than slowly looking for treasures, we might as well steal from others. Suddenly, Lin Ling had an idea. "This. Yu couldn't bear to do it. Think about it. Even if we don't steal from them, there are still some strong people that will steal from the weak. This is clearly the rule of the divine dreamland. Moreover, we only have a year left. If we continue to be soft-hearted here, then the ones to suffer will be Master and the others." Lin Ling persuaded. "Moreover, we will only steal from others, not kill them. Unless they want to kill us." "All right then." Yu and Xian Yuangu looked at each other and nodded. As for Sakura and Dreamflow, they were both martial arts overlords. They naturally didn't have such scruples. "Let's go." Then Lin Ling waved his hand. After a long time, in an ancient mountain range, several figures were looking at a large field of spirit grasses in front of them, each of them laughing out loud. "Ah, we're rich, we're rich. This is God's seal-like grass. In the legends, this is something that can allow one to become a saint. Little Peach, after I become a saint, I want you to be my 27th concubine. Eat well and drink well. The light of a saint shrouds the 9 provinces." As these people looked at the large field of spirit grasses, they began to dance with joy. There was even an excited person who fell to his knees in tears. He looked up to the skies and roared, "Damn it, I robbed a bunch of poor bastards and there are only so many treasures. I might as well try my luck. When luck comes, not even a god can stop it. Bang. However, just as his words fell, a giant door came crashing down from the skies. Looking carefully, this was a giant sword. However, what came crashing down wasn't the blade, but the body of the sword. That person was still kneeling on the ground. After regaining his senses, he could only leave behind these words. Then, the door came crashing down on him, causing him to faint. Even his soul entered a state of unconsciousness. The others were still dancing with joy, but they were all stunned. This was because a smiling blue-robed youth had already descended from the skies. "Who the fuck are you?" Someone roared. "Look behind you." However, the young man shrugged and pointed into the distance. Rumble. At the same time, the huge white bone giant arrived. Its long halberd was like a hammer, smashing down heavily. Boom. Another person was knocked unconscious. Following that, boundless light shone as if the goddess of light had descended. A light fist smashed down like a hammer. Another person fell. Boom. Boom. After a few breaths, everyone was smashed to the ground and fainted. Not bad. The young man smiled as he stared at the large patch of spiritual grass. They were naturally Lin Ling and the others. Sure enough, relying on robbing is the best way to harvest. If it wasn't for this group of people croaking, we wouldn't have been able to find them. Sakura also laughed mischievously. Lin Ling glanced at the people who had fainted and hurriedly said, "There's no time to lose. Before they wake up, take these spiritual grasses away." "Brother Ling, this doesn't seem right. Why don't we leave them some spiritual grasses?" Xianxia was a girl after all. She couldn't bear to do that. You've heard it before. This group of people are not good people. They are also robbing other people's treasures. It's just that they didn't get much. How about this, we'll leave them one? Lin Ling said with a smile. Alright. Everyone hurriedly got busy and collected all the spiritual grasses. Then they left indifferently. After an unknown amount of time, the people who had fainted on the ground quietly woke up one by one. Then, they saw that all the spiritual grasses had been looted. Only one spiritual grass was left, and it was bare. Damn, only one spiritual grass is left? Under the mountain range, a bitter voice suddenly burst out like thunder. Poor they don't play by the rules. They didn't even greet us and directly attacked us. Someone was so angry that his body trembled. It seems to be the son of the devil, the son of the dragon, and the group of people who fucked you. Among them, someone recognized Lin Ling and the others. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Fucked me? They stole my treasure and now they want to fuck me to death? There is no justice in this world. Without any suspense, the roars of anger in these people's hearts were like oil being poured onto a fire. Of course, this was only the first case. Following that, in the nearby area, many people were also robbed. And Lin Ling and the others didn't show any mercy. For the sake of the spirit province, they didn't care about what others thought of them. Moreover, they didn't kill anyone to steal their treasures, so they didn't feel any psychological pressure. However, the crazy actions of these people caused the nearby people to be filled with panic and anger. This was because Lin Ling and the others' attacks were mainly sneak attacks. Moreover, they didn't fight with their opponents. Instead, they directly threw out spirit talismans or surrounded their opponents. Often, their opponents wouldn't even be able to make a sound before they fainted. And this also caused many people to guess the origins of Lin Ling and the others. Some people had seen Lin Ling before and recalled the scene in the square. Some people hadn't seen him before and were confused by what had happened. They wanted to curse out loud. But generally speaking, everyone knew that several sons of the demon race had broken into the divine dreamland. Our harvests are increasing. If this continues, then the great array formation of the spirit province will become stronger and stronger. In the ancient ruins, Lin Ling and the others walked forwards, all of them extremely happy. However, the nearby area had already been plundered clean by them. Thus, they planned to continue forwards. There are more and more golden stones piling up. This makes me even more curious. Just what sort of treasure is this? Lin Ling inspected the treasures and couldn't help but lick his lips. That's right. From what we can see, these golden stones are already the size of a town and we still haven't finished collecting them. Dreamflow was also looking forward to this. This was because once these fragments accumulated, just what sort of colossus would appear? Moreover, this treasure came from the divine dreamland. It was definitely a great treasure left behind by a god. Hold on, do you want to leave this place? At this time, a cry of alarm sounded out from a hill in front of them. Then, a youth ran over from the hill. This youth's strength was at the 7th level of the half-saint realm. He had long purple hair and looked extremely extraordinary. Most importantly, his talent wasn't weak at all. Seeing this, Lin Ling and the others immediately raised their guard. Don't worry, I am not a son of the demon race. I just want to leave this place, so I decided to come with you. The youth spread out his hands, giving off an amiable and approachable feeling. Lin Ling sized up the youth and finally nodded. Although these newcomers were strong, if they joined forces then they would only need an incense stick of time to subdue them. Then let's go together. Lin Ling said. You also want to leave this place? Damn it, several bandits have appeared in this area. They've robbed all the nearby martial artists until they're poor. Now, no martial artist wants to stay here. The youth said as if they were close friends. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the others' eyes twitched. Wasn't this just talking about them? You also met those people? Chapter 3130. Divine Pure Land. Did you also meet those people? Yes. Lin Ling couldn't help but curiously ask. I did. After those fellows arrived, they didn't even greet me. They threw talismans at me and hit me with their hammers. I didn't even have time to react before I was defeated. Sigh. The young man sighed, as if he felt that he had lost a lot of face, so he said with a red face, it's mainly because those guys are too dishonest, they don't play according to common sense. Otherwise, with my strength, I wouldn't be afraid of them. Right, look at my head. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the others looked at his head. They immediately discovered that there was a fist-sized bump there that seemed to be smoking. Seeing this, Yu looked at Lin Ling with resentment. She knew that Lin Ling must have used his great sword to hit him. This youth was quite pitiful. Did you see those people? Sigh. Lin Ling quickly asked with a hollow laugh. They were skilled in their methods and were all repeat offenders. They easily killed me. If I were to find them, I would definitely skin them alive. That youth's resentment was clearly great. That's right, they were too unreasonable. How could that group of people hit someone's head? Sigh. Lin Ling was even more embarrassed. He quickly responded. As for Meng Flo and Sakura, they were also the same, all of them dryly laughing. You're the ones who are easy to talk to. Hearing this, the youth's eyes reddened. He gratefully said, even grabbing Lin Ling's hand and shaking it. It was as if they were all victims, suffering the same fate as each other. This caused Lin Ling's hollow laughter to become even louder. He could only reply, that's right, brother. Sigh. As the group walked and chatted, they learned that this youth was called Xianxia. He was from the Xia family of evil prying. This Xia family was one of the 100 great bloodlines and originated from the ancient gods. Xianxia was clearly an impatient person. He said, in this trip to the divine dreamland, I will definitely rise up in the 9 states and bring glory to my Xia family of evil prying. Brother Xia, what is the Xia family of evil prying? The nemesis of ghosts and demons. With regards to Xianxia, Sakura and the rest were also very curious, but after a conversation, their hearts subconsciously trembled. This was because Sakura and Meng Lu were both proficient in the underworld Dao, which happened to be countered by Xianxia. No wonder after seeing Xianxia, they all had an uncomfortable feeling. Subconsciously, they all grasped the talismans in their palms. Perhaps only these talismans could resist Xianxia. On the other hand, Lin Ling smiled nonchalantly. Although Xianxia also countered Lin Ling, for example, the scabbard, Lin Ling, was proficient in many other methods. He had the Dragon Tribe's 8 tribes' divine arts, which were the arts of the Buddha god. It was not something that the evil warding bloodline could restrain. Don't worry, Things are different now. In our family, those old antiques are the ones who like to eradicate the devil Dao, but the younger generation doesn't care about that anymore. So what if it's the devil Dao? In the end, it all depended on the person. The human heart was not what it used to be. If it was a demon, so what if it was a demon? It was open and above board. Weren't there good demons too? Therefore, I will treat you all like brothers. What really made me angry was the group of people who ambushed me. If I see them, I want them to know why the flowers are so red. Seeing Sakura and Meng Lu's appearance, Xianxia smiled. Obviously, he could vaguely sense their talents, so he comforted them. On the contrary, he couldn't see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling had a demon in him, but he also had Buddha. Buddha and demon in one, and he even had flames. Both the power of good and evil came from the same body, which made Xianxia extremely curious. Most importantly, he could vaguely sense from Lin Ling's eyes that this person was a martial arts overlord. However, such a grave and stern person was very approachable, as if he had two personalities, which made him even more curious. He couldn't help but glance at Yu and Meng Lu. He immediately knew that the reason why Lin Ling wasn't so cold was because his wife was there. This was a man who was infatuated. Xianxia was very clear that a man who was cold and heartless to outsiders but passionate to his wife must have experienced many twists and turns. It was a pity that his cultivation level was too low. Otherwise, he would be a famous figure in the 9 prefectures. After a long time, the front was no longer the same ancient ruins. Instead, it was like a holy land with spiritual energy spiraling in spirals. There were green mountains and clear waters, lush trees, many spiritual springs and waterfalls, and all kinds of auspicious birds and beasts. It was like a mythical world. It seems that there are even more treasures in this holy land. Xianxia suddenly smiled as he stared ahead. Lin Ling smiled as well. He could sense the power of fire within the green mountain. It was ancient and everlasting. It seemed to be the fire of the gods. The group moved forward excitedly, and they collected some spiritual herbs along the way. Xianxia. Just as they arrived at the foot of a green mountain, a voice came from the peak of the mountain. Then, several figures slowly appeared. These people were at the 5th level of the half-saint realm. They stood there quietly, and a cold aura filled the air. Lu Iceland. Seeing this, Xianxia's eyes flickered. Then he explained in a low voice, Lu Iceland is also one of the 100 great bloodlines. He has the ice bloodline and is the descendant of the ice god. In the past, he had a conflict with me, so both of us don't like each other. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded his head. The ice bloodline was the descendant of the ice god. In the past, Lin Ling had also seen the descendant of the ice goddess. Although these two bloodlines were both of the 100 great bloodlines, there were some differences. One was ice and snow, and the other was ice. To put it bluntly, one controlled ice and snow, while the other controlled temperature. Do you think you found a powerful backer by following Xianxia? Let me tell you, be careful not to be implicated by Xianxia. Now, get lost. Suddenly, a young man with long blue hair shouted angrily. They were enemies with Xianxia. However, Xianxia was powerful and they didn't dare to provoke him. Therefore, they could only vent their anger on Lin Ling and the rest. Go to hell. However, Di Shirtian cursed angrily. This stunned Xianxia. He didn't expect Di Shirtian to be so arrogant. One should know that Di Shirtian was only at the 1st level of the half-saint realm. In fact, the young geniuses of the Lu family couldn't react in time. They were so angry that their eyes turned red. Ha, you pieces of trash. Are you trying to intimidate the people around me and make me leave in disgrace? Unfortunately, you're not famous enough. But soon, Xianxia laughed loudly. You've got guts. Very guts. Don't let me see you. The young men on the mountain peak shouted coldly. Then they left one by one. Of course, as they left, they stared at Lin Ling and the rest with resentment. How dare a stray dog speak so arrogantly? If you're so capable, stay by Xianxia's side forever. Otherwise die. Disdainful voices reverberated around the mountain. They were filled with thick killing intent. Chapter 31:31. God's Fire. After those people left, Xia Tianyi looked at Lin Ling and the others. Don't worry, if they find trouble with you, I will stand up for you. For now, let's go our separate ways. When I roamed the 9 states in the early years, I offended many geniuses of the 9 states. If they see you with me, the previous incident will happen again. But hearing that, Lin Ling nodded. In fact, because Xia Tianyi was with them, they couldn't steal anything. Therefore, it was right for Xia Tianyi to leave. Moreover, they had only met by chance. After Xia Tianyi talked for a while, he waved his hand and left. Are those people the geniuses of the 9 states? They're really strong. Any one of them is as strong as Xianxia of the spirit state. They're really impressive. They're nothing. Didn't my second brother defeat Xianxia? If they really fight, they'll be the ones at a disadvantage. Brother D is right. Moreover, we still have many talismans. Yu, D Shirtian, and the others continued to talk. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said, we've obviously come to a new area. Moreover, we have many treasures. Why don't we increase our strength before moving forward? After all, we don't have many talismans left. We should save as much as we can. That's true. Lin Ling, you find a place. After talking for a while, Lin Ling finally found a fire source in the Green Mountains. Everyone started to cultivate around the fire source. The fire source was left behind by the gods after a battle. It was extremely mysterious. However, it wasn't suitable for Yu and the others to cultivate. Therefore, Lin Ling moved forward alone. The fire source was in a valley and could be extinguished at any time. When Lin Ling arrived at the valley, he realized that many people had gathered here. Some of them were sitting cross-legged. Some of them had flames on their bodies. They were all fire elemental cultivators. Obviously, they were using the god's fire to comprehend the ultimate martial path. Of course, when Lin Ling walked in, they opened their eyes and looked at him. Then they closed their eyes. This was because Lin Ling was at the first level of the half-saint realm. His cultivation level was not worth mentioning. God's flame. This is the flame left behind by a battle between gods. However, Yan Wei is still there. If we can't get rid of Yan Wei, we won't get much benefit. A voice suddenly sounded. It was an old man with fiery red hair. Hearing this, many people nodded. After all, these were flames left behind by a battle between deities. Naturally, they would be aggressive, making it difficult for others to get close to them. Moreover, countless years have passed and this flame will be extinguished at any time. If we can't deal with Yan Wei, we can only waste this treasure. Someone else said. Everyone opened their eyes again and looked at the white flame. They saw that there was a layer of membrane on the surface of the flame, as if the flame demon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, not allowing anyone to get close. Let me try. Finally, someone made a move. A 10-meter-long green magpie flew out. It was formed from green flames. Octagonal green magpie flames, the successor of the octagonal ancient residence in the Tianzhou. This flame is probably at the level of a third-grade desolate body. Upon seeing this, many people's expressions became serious. The person who had attacked was extremely talented. Rumble. When the green magpie collided with the white flame, it immediately caused the god's flame to sway slightly. However, it quickly burned the green magpie. The person who had attacked felt a sweetness at the corner of his mouth. He had almost suffered serious injuries. After so many years, this god's flame is still as powerful as ever. Of course, God is not something we can fight against. If not for the fact that so much time has passed, it would be difficult for us to even get close to it. Who's going to attack next? Since we are all fire elemental warriors, let's not hide anything. Let's work together to destroy Yan Wei. I agree with this suggestion. Many experts stood up and finally came to an agreement. Wait, there are some people here who are just here to make up the numbers. However, soon, a woman said coldly. This woman was extremely beautiful. What was strange was that half of her body was fire and the other half was ice and snow. She seemed to have a dual talent of water and fire. Just here to make up the numbers? Are they trying to take advantage of us? As soon as the woman finished speaking, someone immediately spoke. They all looked at Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling's cultivation level was the lowest. If he could not help at all, he would obviously be taking advantage of them. "Young friend, what's your talent level?" However, an old man still asked. After all, although his cultivation level was low, if his talent was high, he could still provide some help. Barely a first-grade fire elemental talent. Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and did not hide anything. First grade? And he's only a first-grade half-saint? I don't think he can help at all. Drive him away. Many people immediately spoke and looked at Lin Ling with disdain. "Young friend, you should leave." The old man with long red hair, who looked mighty but had a kind temperament, tried to persuade him. "Leave. Don't be too thick-skinned. Otherwise, if we drive you away, you will definitely be injured." The woman with the combination of ice and fire did not give any face when she spoke. After she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes looked at the god fire in the valley. "I'm afraid the god fire will be extinguished soon. Everyone quickly attack." "Alright, it's my turn this time." The fire elemental warriors in the valley attacked again. Their talents were not weak. Many of them had third-grade desolate bodies and their cultivation levels were not low. In an instant, the god fire flickered continuously. However, every time it seemed like they were about to succeed, the flames outside the white flames would burn again, causing them to fail again and again. If this goes on, you won't be able to break through the flames. When everyone was exhausted, a calm voice could be heard all of a sudden. This made everyone look around and they were surprised to find that the young man from before had not left. His skin was too thick. "You." At first, the woman was unhappy and wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, Lin Ling had already walked towards the god fire. "Young friend, be careful." When everyone saw this, they were shocked. The flames of the god fire were not weak and could burn a sage to death. How could a junior at the first heaven of the half-saint realm go near the flames? Could it be that I have wronged him? Even if his cultivation level is not high and his talents are not strong, he still intends to help? The woman frowned. "Attack the flames for me." However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted out and the valley fell silent. The valley fell silent. Was Lin Ling giving them orders? "Young friend, what do you mean?" The old man, who seemed to be the leader of the group, asked with a frown. "The god fire is about to be extinguished. If we can't break through the flames, we can't add the fire elemental energy into the god fire. The final result is that we will pass through the god fire wrongly. Therefore, I need your help." Lin Ling said indifferently as he continued to walk forward. His words made the valley even more silent. Then laughter rang out. Chapter 31-32. Boundless Arrogance. "Do you think you can break through that flame might with just you alone?" Someone mocked after laughing out loud. "I only know that with just you all, you absolutely cannot break through." However, Lin Ling didn't even glance at that person as he lightly said. His words caused all the laughter in the valley to instantly vanish. Although they hadn't succeeded, this wasn't something that a junior could mock. You really understand the ultimate flame path. Soon, someone angrily shouted out. They stood up as if they wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. "Don't speak nonsense. If you don't make a move, then you will have wasted this god fire. Everyone has come to the divine dreamland for nothing. Moreover, if I can't succeed, then you all have even less hope." However, Lin Ling seemed as if he didn't know the anger of everyone present. Where did this junior come from? He's becoming more and more arrogant. A first-grade desolate body dares to be so arrogant? However, he might have a way. What do we do now? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Finally, the leading old man nodded and said, "Good. We will believe you this time. I hope you don't disappoint us." "Don't worry. When I was playing with fire, you were still drinking milk." However, Lin Ling was just as everyone thought. He was becoming more and more arrogant. His words didn't even make sense. If it weren't for the fact that no one had any means to deal with the god fire, they would have already driven away Lin Ling. This was because a little brat that was still wet behind the ears actually dared to speak of playing with fire in front of them. "Make your move. The flame is about to extinguish." However, the old man's eyes flashed. He no longer cared about Lin Ling. He took the initiative to attack, urging forth a massive flame. This was a fourth-grade desolate body. As for the woman, she sighed but also attacked. Ice and fire intertwined, turning into rosy clouds that covered the entire valley. The truth was that she didn't believe in Linling, but the god fire was indeed about to be extinguished. Thus, she had no other choice. The others also made their moves one after another. The entire valley turned into a world of flames. The desolate body spewed forth, capable of sweeping through 10,000 worlds. Crackle, crackle. Their combined efforts undoubtedly caused the white divine flame to boil. It was as if a god had arrived to fight against their flames. A mere mortal flame dared to be so arrogant. It was even to the extent that everyone noticed the divine flame's disdainful attitude. Moreover, as if it had been stimulated by the flames of the crowd, the divine fire also grew larger. Boom! Finally, with a loud explosion, the entire mountain valley was turned to ashes. Flames soared into the skies, burning down the skies of the divine dream land. Bang, bang, bang. The fire attribute martial artists in the mountain valley were sent flying backwards by the divine flames. Some of them were even burned by the white flames, emitting pained cries. Death was also quietly descending. The flame of God was indeed not something that ordinary people could violate. We have been tricked. Everyone was injured. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they realized that Lin Ling had disappeared. This made them realize that they had been tricked. Damn Junior! Even the old man in the lead was cursing furiously at this moment. These people were powerhouses that came from all over the 9 provinces. Some were imperial emperors, some were flame ancestors, and some were even sect masters of the 100 great sects. But now, all of these high and noble saints had been tricked by a junior. How could they not be angry? I fear that the divine fire will truly be extinguished. On the other hand, the woman didn't care about Lin Ling. Instead, she looked at the divine fire that was gradually dimming after its eruption and sighed. What divine fire? In front of me, Li Xiaoyao, this is nothing but nourishment to enhance my talent. But at this time, a cold shout echoed through the skies, spreading through the entire mountain valley. Then, a massive ancient stone tablet came crashing down, as if it were a divine decree. At this moment, all of the fire attribute martial artists felt as if they were facing a great enemy. That stone tablet actually gave them a tremendous pressure. Bang! After the stone tablet came crashing down, the white flame around the divine fire was completely suppressed. Even the flames on the bodies of those martial artists that were about to be burned to death vanished. Instead, a multicolored flame poured into the divine fire, causing the nearly extinguished flame source to burn once more. This scene left all of the ambitious and ruthless characters dumbfounded. As they looked around, they discovered a blue-robed youth quietly standing atop the giant stone tablet. Multicolored flames appeared in his hands, dancing about like fairies. And most importantly, this youth was the youth from the very beginning. Ultimate desolate body. The leading old man let out a trembling voice. His body was also trembling. He actually has an ultimate desolate body? No wonder he was able to break through the flame power. The woman's complexion was pale. She had only seen an ultimate desolate body in the flame province. She even guessed that in the entire divine dreamland, there were no more than 10 people that possessed an ultimate desolate body. These 10 people were undoubtedly the most terrifying existences within the half-saint realm. And now, one of them had appeared in front of her. Everyone begin to borrow the flame to break through. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated out. Thank you. Everyone hurriedly bowed. They finally had the chance to touch the flames of divinity. Although Lin Ling was only at the first level of the half-saint realm, because he possessed an ultimate desolate body, their attitude towards him had undergone a 180-degree change. They now treated Lin Ling as a senior. Lin Ling let out a light breath and began to cultivate on the space-time divine steel, constantly absorbing the flames of divinity. Before, although he had used the space-time divine steel, the truth was that his talent was still at the desolate body level. However, the space-time divine steel was an ultimate desolate body. When it collided with the flames of divinity, the might of the ultimate desolate body would be stimulated. Of course, if he was alone, then he definitely wouldn't be able to resist the might of the flames of divinity. Luckily, there were many nearby fire attribute martial artists helping him. If I can increase the rank of my desolate body, then the might of the space-time divine steel will greatly increase. Lin Ling's heart was filled with incomparable anticipation. Then he felt the blazing flames surge into his dantian. The flames of divinity were mixed with the means of the gods and the laws of the universe. It was extremely helpful to Lin Ling. As time passed, Lin Ling's fire attribute talent also increased rapidly. It reached the 3rd grade and gradually reached the 4th grade. Finally, it stopped at the 5th grade. The space-time divine steel below was burning with flames. It exuded a strong sense of majesty. It even had the smell of divinity. The valley gradually darkened. The flames of divinity had also disappeared without a trace. However, everyone's ultimate martial Dao had also increased significantly. They left one after another. Of course, they also quietly stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of reverence. What a terrifying junior. He's probably from the Yen state. Yeah, and he possesses the ultimate desolate body. From a certain point of view, he can easily crush our talents. Who is this person's master? As for the old man and the woman with the flaming ice talent, they were laughing bitterly. When I, Li Xiaoyao, was playing with fire, you were still drinking milk. This sentence could be said to be boundlessly arrogant. But now, it seemed like it was true. Li Xiaoyao? That name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? Chapter 31-33. Meet the people from the extreme ice island. Li Xiaoyao? I've never heard of him. The woman said. I can't remember him at the moment. However, for him to appear in my memory, it means that Li Xiaoyao is not someone to be underestimated. After all, I'm the sect leader behind the scenes of the 100 great sects in the Cloud Prefecture. The old man said solemnly. His words made the woman silent. I remember now. It's the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. Finally, the old man's expression changed greatly. His voice frightened the woman beside him. She didn't expect the latter to have such a big reaction. The ghost genius Li Xiaoyao, the strongest genius of the last century. He ruled the 9 prefectures and defeated the 9 prefectures' god emperors. He was a rising star who dared to challenge the gods. So terrifying? Later he disappeared. Instead, a few disciples rose up in the 9 prefectures. I'm afraid you've heard of one of them. Her name is Tianlioli. It's her? The god of the 9 prefectures? She's Li Xiaoyao's disciple? Quickly, let's go back immediately. We can't miss such a senior. The two of them rushed back as if they didn't care about their lives. However, the valley was already empty. They were stunned and their faces were filled with regret. At that moment, Lin Ling had already left the ancient mountain to find Yu Yu and the others. Yu Yu and the others were cultivating in a dense forest. Therefore, Lin Ling quickly arrived there. Brother Ling. Just as Lin Ling appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. Yu Yu and the others had been waiting for a long time. Moreover, Lin Ling's gaze swept over them. He discovered that his big brother, Meng Lu, and the others had all broken through to the 2nd layer of the half-saint realm. Even Luo Riyao had reached the peak of the martial immortal realm. On the other hand, Lin Ling was still at the 1st layer of the half-saint realm. This made Yu Yu and the others very puzzled. Lin Ling, you didn't break through? Meng Lu asked. My breakthrough is not simple. I need a lot of cultivation resources. I'm afraid that after I break through, I won't have enough treasures to set up the Spirit Province's great formation. Lin Ling said as he shook his head. His 4 Dan meant that his 4 great dantian had broken through. Naturally, the resources he needed was no small matter. Before he set up the great formation, Lin Ling didn't want a Lin Ling. Even if my second brother hasn't made a breakthrough, his strength has definitely increased greatly. He was able to defeat Xiang Anning, who was at the 5th layer of the half-saint realm in the past. Now, I'm afraid that he has few opponents in the 5th layer of the half-saint realm. However, Indra had Sakura Sakura. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and did not deny it. His fire Dao was currently a 5th-grade desolate body, so his strength had naturally increased by more than 30%. You, big brother, Meng Lu, your innate talents are very good. Therefore, you can break through the realm very quickly. However, don't blindly pursue speed. Otherwise, the tribulation of semi-sage realm will become even more difficult when you break through again, especially when you are at the late stage of semi-sage realm. Then Lin Ling exhorted again. Every time a half-saint realm cultivator broke through a half-saint realm, a half-saint tribulation would descend. Of course, the half-saint tribulation was only at the 4th stage. The 7th stage and the 10th stage were the most terrifying. But everyone nodded. Brother Ling, I'm still a martial immortal. Xianxia sniffed and said when she saw that everyone's strength had increased. Don't worry. If there's a chance, I'll find a suitable talent for you. Lin Ling scratched her nose. Xianxia smiled sweetly and finally nodded. So, where should we go now? Most importantly, we're getting more and more golden stones. If we don't get them, I'll feel uncomfortable. Meng Lu looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. He looked into the distance and said, the spiritual qi in this area is denser. There should be a lot of golden stones. Since that's the case, let's loot again. Hee, my strength has increased greatly. I've long wanted to meet the cultivators of the 9 provinces. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Sakura waved his fist and said. Everyone moved forward one after another under Lin Ling's lead. Along the way, they used the same method as before to sneak attack the cultivators and loot their gains. Lin Ling and the others got a lot of golden stones from the cultivators, which made them look forward to it even more. As they moved forward, Lin Ling and the others soon met a group of acquaintances. That group of acquaintances were the people with the ice god's bloodline from the ice island. You're the people who have been looting everywhere recently? At this moment, under a green mountain range, more than a dozen cultivators looked coldly at the youth on the mountain peak and cursed angrily. Hee, that's right. It's us. On the mountain peak, the young geniuses from the ice island said with a smile. Damn it. We heard that there were people looting everywhere in another place. I didn't expect that we'd meet them too. Moreover, it's you. Beneath the mountain range, an old man angrily said. This group of sons of demon had a small reputation within the divine dreamland. They had looted the treasures of many powerful influences, causing many people's teeth to itch with anger. It's too late to know now. Remember, we are sons of demon. Kill them all. On the mountain peak, the youth in the lead waved his hand. Immediately, the entire mountain began to freeze over at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the surrounding temperature crazily fell. It was cold, extremely cold. Kill us. However, the words of these youths caused the complexions of those below to change. This was because although this group of sons of demon was despicable, they had never killed anyone. It was because of this that the powerhouses of the various great influences of the 9 provinces wanted to subdue them and not kill them. But now, these sons of demon wanted to kill them? This seemed a bit different. Hee, remember, the ones who will kill you are called sons of demon. Now, inform the influences behind you. The temperature continued to fall. Even a half-saint would find it difficult to resist. This sort of drop in temperature was enough to cause countless people in the myriad worlds to die. You are not sons of demon. You are borrowing their reputation to commit all sorts of crimes, causing all the martial artists of the various influences to misunderstand you as sons of demon. Finally, you will trigger a blood feud. The old man's eyes brightened. He had clearly guessed what was going on. Hearing this, the youth on the mountain peak sneered. Without explaining anything, a terrifying strength erupted from him. This caused the half-saint powerhouses below the mountain to be unable to use any of their methods. Even their world essence was frozen. It looks like we're going to die. However, I'm not willing to accept this for those sons of demon. Although they are despicable, they have their own principles. They don't kill, and after they steal treasures, they leave behind a small portion. But this group of people killed them to steal their treasures. That is the same as slandering the sons of demon. The old man's complexion became increasingly pale. Sect master. The people around him cried out in worry. But they also knew that death had completely arrived. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, at this time, a thunderous rumble echoed through the skies. Then, the divine monument smashed down, causing all the nearby mountains to shatter. Crackle, crackle. Moreover, blazing flames began to boil, crazily rising the surrounding temperature. Chapter 31-34. Noah's Divine Ark. Who is it? At the same time, the indifferent young men on the mountaintop frowned. Using our reputation to kill and rob? We can't just stand by and do nothing. Almost at the same time, several figures slowly walked out from the ground. There was a total of 6 people in this group. The men were extraordinarily handsome, and the women were devastatingly beautiful. Their strength was at the initial stage of the half-saint realm, but they gave others a feeling that they couldn't be underestimated. Especially the young man in the lead. He had long hair, a blue robe, and 2 swords on his back. He was extremely extraordinary. It's you guys. The young men on the mountaintop had obviously recognized Lin Ling and the others. I thought you guys would always follow Xianxia. I didn't expect you guys to have such backbone. You actually left Xianxia. But don't you feel silly without Xianxia by your side? After that, the young man in the lead laughed loudly. In his opinion, Xianxia was the genius of the 9 prefectures that they feared, and this group of people in front of them were just chickens and pottery dogs. Unexpectedly, just as they finished laughing, Lin Ling and the others on the ground followed closely behind them and laughed even louder than them. This caused the young men on the mountaintop to be stunned. Even the group of people not far from Lin Ling were stunned. At the beginning, they thought that an expert had come to help, but who knew that it was only the initial stage of the half-saint realm. This made them feel very regretful. However, this group of juniors at the initial stage of the half-saint realm actually dared to laugh, and the more they laughed, the crazier they became. You probably don't know why we're laughing, right? Then I'll tell you the answer. Because without Xianxia by your side, you'll be the ones to die. Finally, Sakura spoke indifferently. You're saying that you want to kill us at the intermediate stage of the half-saint realm with just a group of initial stage half-saint realm cultivators? This joke doesn't seem to be funny. Hearing this, the young men on the mountaintop shook their heads. Moreover, they looked at the group of people at the foot of the mountain and said, "Do you think it's possible?" The group of people at the foot of the mountain frowned and ignored the young man's question. But in fact, their expressions had explained everything. The old man in the lead even said to Lin Ling, "Little friend, thank you for your help. Why don't we join forces? There are fire attribute martial artists among you who can resist the temperature. As long as the temperature doesn't drop, they might not be able to kill us." "There's no need for that. We'll tell him why. You, big brother, Dreamstream." Lin Ling smiled and shook his head as he looked at the person beside him. "That's exactly what I was thinking." Upon hearing this, Yu and the rest attacked. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Yu had an ultimate desolate body. Although her realm was low, the word ultimate was not to be disgraced. As for Sakura and company, although they did not have the ultimate desolate body, their talent was not weak either. Furthermore, they were only 3 realms lower than the youth on the mountaintop, so what was there to fear? Moreover, they had many talismans in their hands, which were enough to kill them easily. Therefore, when they made their move, the surrounding area fell silent. The group of people at the foot of the mountain opened their mouths wide and were speechless. So powerful. This was a group of geniuses of the 9 prefectures, and their talents were not weak. Bang, bang, bang. Before the young men on the mountaintop could react, Yu and the others had already killed a few of them. All of them were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. How can they be so strong? The youth leading the group had a drastic change in expression as he began to panic. At this moment, he finally understood that this group of people had followed Xianxia for protection, but in fact, they did not need it. This group of geniuses, who came from nowhere, could easily kill them. Leave immediately. The youth leading the group did not dare to stay any longer as he hurriedly fled into the distance. Rumble. However, just as he moved, a gigantic stone tablet came crashing down from the sky with a deafening sound. Time and space seemed to be frozen at this moment. The youth's eyes widened as a suppressive feeling, as though he had seen a god, arose spontaneously. Remember, the person who will kill you is the real son of the demon. A cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears, causing the youth's expression to change drastically. He looked at the ground in disbelief as the blue-robed youth pointed at him and said coldly, "Son of the demon, it's them?" The youth knew that he had kicked a metal plate. After all, he knew how terrifying the son of the demon and company were. It was said that even a late-stage half-sage had been defeated by their combined forces. Was this really the group that needed Xianxia's protection? Fuck off, he had been tricked. Perhaps not even Xianxia would have imagined that the people around him were in fact even more terrifying than he was. Bang! With all sorts of unwillingness, the youth leading the group was crushed to death by the space and time divine tablet. This youth was only at the 5th level of the half-sage realm. Although he possessed the extreme ice god bloodline, his talent had yet to mature. His strength was inferior to even the number 1 genius of the spirit province, Xianxia. So how could he possibly be Lin Ling's match? Rumble. Shockwaves lingered in the skies. After a long time, everything finally calmed down. As for the group of people at the foot of the mountain, they were like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. They stood there in a daze. This was because they had heard that this group of people were the son of the demon, the bandits that had caused the divine dreamland to shake. You are the legendary son of the demon, son of the dragon, and death of sun? The old man leading the group couldn't help but bitterly smile as he spoke. Hearing this, Sunset Brilliance was standing not too far away, speechless. Since you know, then act according to the rules. Hand over 90% of your treasures, leave behind 10%, and then screw off. Lin Ling turned around and smiled at the group of people. Hearing this, the group of people didn't have any resentment. This was because without the son of the demon, they would have undoubtedly died today. I never thought that we would be saved by the son of the demon. The old man obediently handed over his treasures. He bowed to Lin Ling and then led the group away. This appearance left Lin Ling and the others stunned. They had been robbed and yet they were still so grateful to them. Out of everyone here, perhaps only this group of people would be so grateful. I know that you are the true son of the demon, because you act according to your principles. However, if you are collecting golden stones, it is best if you immediately head east. This is because I heard that Noah's god boat has appeared there. Faintly, the old man's voice also floated over. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "Thank you. There's no need for that. Rather, I hope that you can rob everyone in the divine dreamland. Also, according to your principles, we have been robbed once. If we meet again, you shouldn't rob us again. That is indeed the principle." Good, then I'm finally at ease. After a brief conversation, the group of people finally vanished without a trace. As for Lin Ling and the others, they stood where they were, speechless. This was the first time they had encountered such strange people. However, their eyes soon turned to the distance. Lin Ling, can we believe their words? Dreamflow frowned. Chapter 31-35. The son of demon has arrived. We've already collected so much, we can't give up halfway. I estimate that the origin of these golden stones is absolutely not small. Second brother, let's go to the east. Since they say it's Noah's god boat, we can't miss it. Finally, Lin Ling decided to head to the east and compete for the mysterious Noah's god boat. The group quickly hurried on their way. Before long, purple thunder appeared in front of them, shaking the heavens and earth. It was like a divine light illuminating the divine dreamland. This caused the complexions of Lin Ling and the others to change. What a terrifying pressure. Could there be a god in the divine dreamland? Luo Riyao frowned and said. Even his body was trembling slightly. This isn't the method of a god, but a great enchantment array. Lin Ling stared at the distant skies, his body shivering. But this wasn't a shiver of fear, but a shiver of excitement. This was because the great enchantment array of a god possessed a fatal temptation to Lin Ling and even Li Xiaoyao. And this was a characteristic that every enchantment master possessed. As the group approached, the purple thunder in the skies became increasingly large, forming a giant pool of thunder. Occasionally, one could hear pained cries, as if powerhouses had died beneath this purple thunder. As for the distant green mountains, a massive number of martial artists had gathered there. They simply didn't dare to cross this pool of thunder. Without reaching the late half-saint realm, I fear it will be difficult to cross this pool of thunder. That's right. I saw a middle half-saint powerhouse before, but they all died beneath the devastation of this pool of thunder. Solemn voices of discussion drifted out. In the central region, the strongest half-saint powerhouses of the 9 provinces were gathered there. There was the Flying Dragon Organization, the Divine Escort Mansion, the Heavenly Court, the 100 Great Bloodlines, and so forth. The battle there could be called world-shaking. Even watching this battle from afar, one's heart would surge with excitement. I wonder who will take the Noah's God boat in the end. I think it will be Yi Shui. This Yi Shui is the descendant of the Miao faction's divine inheritance. In terms of the Tao of enchantment, who in the half-saint realm can surpass her? Some of the older elders said word by word. Their words caused the younger generation to suck in a breath of cold air. The Miao school's divine inheritance was the largest gathering place of world spiritists in the 9 provinces. Ordinary people simply didn't have the qualifications to enter the Miao school. It was an existence looked down upon by millions of people. Look, the battle over there is getting more and more intense. All the big shots want to get Noah's Ark. The crowd once again looked into the distance. They could only see some old monsters who had been famous for thousands of years continuously colliding with the divine lightning in the sky in an attempt to obtain Noah's divine ark. However, the rising stars of the younger generation were not weak either. There were people who did not understand the Tao of world spirit techniques, yet they managed to break through the spirit formations with brute force. Of course, the entire process was even more difficult. Another group of people is preparing to enter the lightning pool divine land. Suddenly, someone curiously looked into the distance and saw 6 silhouettes moving quickly under the green mountain. They were approaching the central area. There's no need to look at the initial stage of the semi-sage realm. They're just cannon fodder. But it wasn't long before someone shook his head and spoke. After that, they shot their gazes towards the distance and paid no further attention to the cannon fodder. As for the so-called cannon fodder, it was Lin Ling's group. Moreover, as they got closer to the central area, Lin Ling and the others became more and more excited. If they could obtain the treasure left behind by the god, the spirit province would be peaceful for 10,000 years. Who are you people? Unrelated people are not allowed to approach the divine land. At that moment, a cold shout suddenly came from the front. Several middle-stage semi-sage experts were blocking the path. Obviously, they were people from big powers and they were preventing outsiders from joining the competition for the divine ark. I'll give you a chance. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, disappear from my sight. The tall and sturdy man in the lead puffed out his chest and said. Seeing that, Sakura and the others quickly looked towards Lin Ling, as if they wanted to get Lin Ling's order. Finally, Lin Ling swept his gaze towards the distance and said with a nod, "You people are truly unlucky." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. After receiving Lin Ling's order, Sakura and the others immediately smiled. This was because they didn't have many spirit talismans left. Thus, every spirit talisman had to play a role, such as now. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Spirit talismans were waved out by Sakura and the others. A terrifying strength erupted, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Seeing this, the group of people's pupils fiercely trembled. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, "It's them! The son of demon!" In the rumors, when the son of demon appears, a spirit talisman will descend. If a divine decree arrives, then even a late half-sage powerhouse will be smashed to the ground. What? Son of demon? That group of people that plundered the divine dreamland and caused such a great disturbance? The expressions of the others changed greatly when they heard this. The ferocious reputation of the devil's son was like thunder to their ears. However, there were also some people who didn't believe it. He smiled disdainfully. So, all of you are the devil's son that gave rise to much discussion. I thought all of you were formidable figures. So, it turns out that you're just a group of ants at the initial stage of the half-saint stage. Bang. However, just as he finished speaking, several spirit talismans came crashing down. There were flames and thunder, directly turning him into charcoal. His entire body emitted black smoke. He pointed at Lin Ling and the others as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, with a loud bang, he was smashed to the ground. Everyone's eyes twitched. Although it was rumored that the methods of the Son of Demon were extremely fierce, it was only today that they realized just how ferocious they were. But, without waiting for them to speak any nonsense, Lin Ling waved his hand and a spirit talisman appeared. Borrowing the increased speed of the spirit talisman, he threw himself at one of them. A giant sword came smashing down like a door. Bang! A 5th-level half-sage powerhouse was smashed to the ground. Before he fainted, he said in shock, "How is this possible? A half-sage actually has 60 worlds of speed. That's even faster than me." Before this, he thought he could rely on 50 worlds of speed to avoid the encirclement of the Son of Demon. But reality proved that this was useless. How could he know that Lin Ling's own speed was 50 worlds of speed? In addition to the spirit talisman's 10 worlds of speed, it was impossible for him to easily escape. Bang, bang, bang. After that, those experts were blasted unconscious one by one. After the time for an incense stick to burn, the vigorous half-saint realm experts from before were now lying on the ground like stray dogs. "You are too slow. Now, immediately loot the treasures and leave." Lin Ling kept his sword and said to Yu and the others at the same time. If the martial artists on the Green Mountain in the distance heard this, they would be so angry that their teeth would itch. He only used 30 minutes to deal with the middle stage half-sage. How could he complain that the speed was too slow? "We will work harder." Before Yu and the others said anything, Luo Riyao had already nodded as if he had been taught a lesson. Chapter 31-36. Snatch the Boat of God. Sons of Demon, they've also come. So they are the Sons of Demon. No one thought that Lin Ling's group would be so famous within the divine dreamland. After they appeared, even the gods were shocked. The rumors are true. The Sons of Demon are a group of early half-saint juniors. But their strength is simply unheard of. I estimate that they might have come from the underworld. Although I don't know where they come from, they are truly savage. Wherever they go, they pluck the feathers from the geese. Following that, cries of alarm sounded out like a tidal wave. Some people even trembled as they quietly floated down the mountain, afraid that they would be targeted by Lin Ling's group. This was because Lin Ling's group was truly savage. Not to mention the treasures that they carried with them, even some martial artists who were wearing precious armors had their armors pulled out and were lying naked on the ground. In particular, Sunset Brilliance. He came from Fortune Manor, so he held the idea that wasting was shameful. He didn't even let go of a single needle or thread. That should be the legendary Sunset Brilliance. He is truly worthy of being called a ferocious person. Some people glared at Sunset Brilliance. They never thought that this handsome middle-aged man would be so vicious. In fact, this was indeed the case. Wherever Lin Ling's group went, all those that blocked their path were plundered. Moreover, Lin Ling also obtained a massive number of golden stones. Statue of God. And further away from the center, there were several golden statues that exuded an inviolable majesty. These statues clearly represented the gods. And in front of these statues, several figures were looking at them with reverence. It seemed that they wanted to seize these statues but were afraid of arousing the wrath of the gods. Statues could not be humiliated, could not be profaned. This thought rose up in their hearts. This statue of God is definitely a part of Noah's boat of God. However, it seems to have a spirit of its own. It gives me a terrifying feeling, as if a god is looking at me. A youth said with a dignified expression. This youth was Xianxia. Forget it, forget it. Since this statue is like a god, I will give it up and go fight for Noah's boat of God. Finally, Xianxia made a decision. The people at the side also nodded. They all planned to give up on these statues because the divine might of the statues was too strong. However, before they could even take a step forward, the ferocious attacks had already arrived. Boom! The last person in the crowd was directly smashed to the ground by a white bone. What happened? The remaining people's expressions immediately changed and they quickly turned their heads to look. Even Xianxia was the same. However, as soon as he turned around, before he could see who it was, he saw a huge shadow. Most importantly, this shadow was very familiar. Door? I think I've seen him somewhere before. Xianxia said subconsciously before her pupils constricted. Weren't they the bandits who had knocked him out before? You dare? Thinking of this, Xianxia roared angrily. However, accompanying the huge door were several terrifying spirit talismans. Crackle! The ancient lightning was wreaking havoc. Pa-pa-pa! The ferocious flames were burning. The most important thing was the door that came crashing down from the sky. The triple attack was extremely powerful. This trick again. This time I'll see clearly who you are. Facing such a terrifying attack, Xianxia could only roar in his heart. He finally saw a blue robe. However, when he wanted to see the person's face clearly, the door had already come crashing down. It was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Boom! As if history was repeating itself, Xianxia was knocked unconscious again. Then, a figure appeared in front of him and looked at him strangely. This person was Lin Ling. Previously, he did not know that the opponent was Xianxia. He held the principle of first strike and attacked crazily. Now, he knew that it was this guy again. Looking behind Lin Ling, the other powerhouses had also been taken care of by Yu and the others. They had also looted the treasures and were now walking over. Brother Ling, it's him. Yu had obviously also noticed Xianxia on the ground and could not help but exclaim. The others' eyes twitched, especially when they saw the swollen bun on Xianxia's forehead. Their bitter smiles deepened. He's been hit again. Yeah, if I had known that he was here, I would have let him go with our friendship. This guy is so pitiful. Sakura, Meng Lu, and the others sighed. Ignore him. At worst, we'll compensate him when we see him in the future. We don't have many talismans left. If we run out of talismans, we can't do anything to the late stage of the half-saint realm. Lin Ling shook his head and left directly. Of course, he also took all the statues with him. He did not have so much reverence. God? Li Xiaoyao was a god. As for the distant mountain, many warriors had already locked onto Lin Ling and the others. When they saw Lin Ling and the others looting the statues without hesitation, everyone was silent. As expected of the ferocious son of the devil. After an unknown period of time, an old man finally spoke. This was because Xianxia and the others did not dare to touch the statues. However, Lin Ling and the others dared to take them away without any pressure. It seemed that they also dared to loot a god. Maybe they can get Noah's divine ark. The old man muttered to himself. His words made many people silent. Some of them agreed with this sentence. Lin Ling and the others finally arrived at the central area. This was a golden land. The land was actually made of gold. Looking at the sky, a huge divine ark was floating there. All the lightning was emitted from the divine ark. So big. Lin Ling and the others stopped in their tracks. Luo Riyao and the others exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the divine ark from a close distance, they realized that it was bigger than any world in the myriad of worlds. It was like a divine ark used by a god to help all living beings cross the sea of suffering. Lin Ling's eyes became brighter and brighter. He saw a large number of runes around the divine ark. It was like a heavy stroke left by a god. This was a divine enchantment array. Lin Ling's heart gradually became excited. Looking at the surroundings of the divine ark, he suddenly discovered a large number of warriors. They were obviously trying to get close to the divine ark. As for strength, these people were all in the late stage of the half-sage realm. Many of them were even at the peak of the half-sage realm. Some of them were using brute force to attack and try to enter the divine ark. Some were using enchantments to break the divine ark. The battle in the central area was extremely fierce. It was as if the gods had set the supreme rules and the mortals were racing to see who could reach the divine arc. This seemed to be a great battle of the gods. People of the Yu clan, work harder and break it with brute force. Chapter 31-37. Fight. Huh? You want to rely on brute force to seize the divine boat? Truly a group of barbaric people. You have lost all face for Emperor Yu. However, on the other side, there were also people who spoke. This time, it was the people from the Flying Dragon organization. Following that, the Divine Weapon Mansion, Fu Hang Manor and other major powers also spoke one after another. This caused the battle to become even more intense. All of you will be defeated. However, at this moment, a clear bell-like voice drifted out like the wind, causing the area below the divine boat to become silent. Countless gazes looked at the young girl who spoke. Their expressions all became serious. That was because she was Xianxia, the successor of the Miao faction's godly inheritance. The Miao faction's godly inheritance was the ancient power closest to the gods. In terms of the spirit formation Tao, it was one of the best in the 9 provinces. That might not be the case. However, while ordinary people were afraid of the blonde girl, there were also people who turned a blind eye. This was a young man with long hair that reached his waist. He was very handsome and looked like a talent. At this moment he was floating in the sky with his hands behind his back. He was like a comet that attracted countless gazes. Xianxia, the #1 genius of the half-saint realm in the Yan province. Someone recognized the young man. The Yan province was one of the top few divine lands in the 9 provinces. To be able to obtain the title of #1 genius of the half-saint realm, one could see how powerful this young man was. The divine boat can only belong to me, Xianxia. After the handsome young man finished speaking, he immediately used the strength of a peak half-saint realm expert. He used brute force to break through the spirit formation Tao and walk towards the divine boat in the sky. Rumble. At the same time, the sky continued to explode. However, the lightning could not approach the young man. He has at least a desolate body of grade 5 or higher. His cultivation level has also reached 70%. What a powerful genius, using brute force to break through the spirit formation Tao. Among all of us, he is the most relaxed. However, it is still too early to say who will get the divine boat. Seeing this, the people from the various major powers were not to be outdone. They also used brute force to break through the spirit formation Tao and walk towards the divine boat. You dare to look down on our Miao faction's godly inheritance? You will know how powerful I am. As for the golden-haired girl, her hands were also fluttering in the air as she created numerous complex spirit formations. She was using formations to break through formations. She was a genuine purple-robed world spiritist. Purple-cloaked world spiritist. That was the highest rank among world spiritists. On the distant Green Mountain and around the central area, all the warriors were looking up at the sky, waiting to see who would obtain the boat of God. However, at this moment, several figures charged into the sky. This group of people were all at the initial stage of the half-saint stage. Who is this? There was no doubt that many people laughed mockingly. An initial stage half-saint expert dared to come into contact with a god? This was simply courting death. It's the sons of devils. On the other hand, on the endless green mountains in the distance, those martial artists were trembling with fear. Sure enough, the son of demon had also joined the battle of gods. Of course, towards Lin Ling's group, the various big shots clearly did not think much of them, because they knew that there was an enormous pressure of the gods in the surroundings of the divine arc, and no one below the half-saint realm would be able to approach it. Not to mention trying to break the formation with a barrier. In the hearts of the various big shots, that group of people was doomed. Indeed, when Lin Ling and company approached the boat of God, the terrifying lightning swept over. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, as though it was the punishment of the gods. You, brother, it's up to you. However, in the face of such a terrifying pressure, Lin Ling did not retreat. Instead, he roared angrily. Good. Behind Lin Ling, voices sounded in unison. Following that, they saw the powerful ultimate desolate body appear. It was Yu. She did not use any means, but she used her talent to resist the lightning. As for Sakura and company, they threw out all their talismans, turning the area around them into a forbidden land. Crackle. When all the strength was released, all the warriors in the central area were dumbfounded. The various big shots never expected that this group of ants would have such strength. This was because they could clearly see that the strength unleashed by Lin Ling and company barely blocked the lightning of God. Who are they? At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Lin Ling and company. Brother Ling, go for it. Go for it. And after Yu and company used up all their talismans, they could only look at Lin Ling with anticipation. This boat of God will be taken by me, the son of the demon. Lin Ling nodded his head firmly. Although it was easy for him to throw out the talismans, every time he threw them out, he, Lin Ling, had to spend a large sum of money. Hence, if he could not obtain the boat of God, he, Lin Ling, would suffer a great loss. Go for it. I, the son of the dragon, will be watching you. I, the son of the bone, will be your strongest backing. I'll fuck you to death. No, the son of the sun is also here. Seeing Lin Ling rush into the lightning, Yu and company shouted in excitement. If they obtained the boat of God, they could also help the spirit state. The spirit state treated them like family. Now that the spirit state was in trouble, how could they stand by and do nothing? Crackle. At this moment, terrifying lightning engulfed Lin Ling. Of course, these lightning bolts had been struck by the talismans several times, so their power had weakened quite a bit. However, it still made Lin Ling grimace in pain. The lightning punishment of God was clearly not something he could withstand at the moment. Lin Ling also pushed his strength to the limit. With the tyrant song sword in hand, he shot out the great solar calamity bow at the same time. The powerful force immediately blew away the scattered lightning snakes, allowing Lin Ling to get closer and closer to the boat of God. What is the background of this group of sons of the demon? Lin Ling's unstoppable speed caused the expressions of the various big shots to become even more solemn. They did not have any impression of Lin Ling. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. However, after his appearance, he had immediately stirred up a huge wave in the world of the half-step saint realm. He will fail. The number one genius of the Yen state, the third son, said with a cold look in his eyes. In fact, he was very unhappy. In the world of the half-step saint realm, he was originally the most dazzling existence. However, with the appearance of Ye Shui and the arrival of these sons of the demon, his light immediately dimmed by a lot. He was the number one half-step saint genius of the Yen state. How could he be trampled on by these pieces of trash? In fact, even Ye Shui was very unhappy. However, she soon sneered. Although he has passed through the area of the lightning of God, it only means that he can get close to the boat of God. Because he is not strong enough, it is impossible to break through with brute force. He can only break through with a barrier. However, a barrier? Is there anyone who can compare with me, the godly disciple of the Miao sect? A confident voice came out of Ye Shui's mouth. Although she was arrogant and confident, she did have the ability to back up her confidence. This was because everyone in the land of the 9 prefectures knew of the godly disciple of the Miao sect. Therefore, not only did she think so, but so did all the big shots. However, just as they had this thought, they saw Lin Ling's hands in the other corner of the huge boat of God. Shenyang Ghost Formation, TSK Diske. Amazing, amazing. Watch me break you. Lin Ling's hands were faster than lightning. He set up a barrier in the void to fight against the divine barrier formation. Moreover, as soon as his barrier was set up, the divine barrier formation seemed to be easily broken. Chapter 31-38. Yin Dragon God. Even Ye Shui was the same. Just what was this fellow's background? Why was his boundary enchantment so terrifying? Of course, even Li Xiaoyao hadn't come into contact with many god enchantments. Thus, after breaking through many enchantments, even more powerful enchantments arrived. These enchantments could easily obliterate Lin Ling. He will definitely die. Seeing Lin Ling face the most terrifying enchantment, the various big shots coldly shouted. They clenched their fists, afraid that Lin Ling would enter the divine boat. Besides leaving immediately, he has no other way out. Ye Shui clenched her teeth and said, and this was indeed the case. The center of the god enchantment was currently suppressing Lin Ling. Lin Ling was clearly racing against the god of death. Would the enchantment suppress him faster, or would he break it faster? Interesting. In front of this ghost genius, there is no enchantment in this world that cannot be broken. However, when everyone thought that Lin Ling would inevitably retreat, Lin Ling instead smiled. This was a smile of excitement. It was a smile that thirsted for knowledge. It was as if dying in this array was a glorious death. And this was also the awareness that a boundary master should have. Silence. The divine dreamland was even more silent than before. Some of the people who resented Lin Ling also had their minds shaken at this moment. Facing a boundary master that thirsted for knowledge and was even willing to risk his life, they really couldn't bring themselves to resent him. Because this was also a madman. Even Ye Shui covered her mouth. Her master's words echoed in her mind. Boundary masters were like moths flying into a flame. Although they would die if they threw themselves into the flame, the process of throwing themselves into the flame was extremely attractive. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Colorful enchantments, trillions upon trillions of them, submerged Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, his entire body was like an illusion, slowly dissipating. Did he fail? Someone murmured to himself. In this world, there is no enchantment that can stop the ghost genius. However, just as the voice fell, everyone saw the blue-robed youth, who was like a reflection of water, gently point his finger. This finger was like an immortal pointing the way. The entire god enchantment instantly froze, and the array stopped operating. This finger seemed simple, but in fact, tens of billions of enchantments were brewing within it. Then, Lin Ling's illusory figure began to step forward, walking towards the divine boat in the sky. His blue robe fluttered, as if a boundary god had arrived. In the blink of an eye, time. Seeing the blue-robed young man walking forward with large strides, Ye Shui's delicate body trembled. That was because that was the technique of a world spiritist god. In the blink of an eye, time. This was a technique that only appeared in the era of the gods. In the current 9 continents, there were no more than 10 people who possessed such a technique. And it had only appeared Miao and Miao. Who is he? This time, Ye Shui could not help but be curious about the blue-robed youth. In fact, all the half-saints in Jiuzhou had the same question in their minds. All the half-saints in Jiuzhou were curious about who the blue-robed youth was. This was because in their eyes, Lin Ling had already disappeared from the divine boat. This meant that the blue-robed youth had seized Noah's divine boat. Rumble. At the same time, Noah's divine boat in the sky began to fall to the ground, and finally hit the ground. Although all the enchantments had disappeared, the golden light on its surface prevented anyone from getting close. Even a saint would not be able to do anything about it. The son of demon has succeeded. This group of ferocious juniors not only robbed the half-saints, but they also robbed the big shots from all sides. In the distant Qingshan, all the warriors witnessed this with their own eyes. Other than shock, they were still shocked. Without a doubt, this moment belonged to the son of demon. Bastard, how dare you steal my light? The triplet also landed on the ground. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He still felt like he was dreaming. Because all the big shots were fighting for the divine boat, a group of ants suddenly appeared, and then one person overcame all the difficulties and finally entered the divine boat. If this was not a dream, then what was? The triplet could let the big shots get the divine boat, but he could not let some unknown outsiders get it. I'll kill you all. The triplet's gaze quickly fell on Sakura and the others. However, just as he was about to attack, the ground suddenly shook, and the golden ground began to crack. Rolling Yin winds like clouds spread out, and finally formed a huge Yin dragon in the sky. As soon as the Yin dragon appeared, all the warriors were shocked. Because they could see that it was the soul of a dragon, and it was at the level of a dragon god. Moreover, there were differences in strength between dragon gods. For example, Lin Ling's 8 divine dragon was a divine ability of the sky dragon, and the sky dragon was of a higher level than the dragon god. Great, we must get this dragon. The divine boat was stolen by that despicable son of demon, so this dragon should belong to us. As if they were staring at a delicious cake, all the big shots looked at the dragon hovering in the sky. Even the triplet didn't care about killing Sakura and the others. He also wanted to obtain the dragon's soul. After all, if he left the divine dreamland as the #1 genius of the flame state, if he didn't obtain any harvests, others would laugh at him. But if he obtained the dragon's soul, that was enough for others to look up to and worship him. As for Xianxia, she didn't do it for the worship of others, but for the enchantment array. This is the soul of Noah's divine boat. It is the best treasure to guard the enchantment array. Looking at the dragon hovering in the sky, Xianxia immediately attacked. Everyone else attacked one after another, constantly attacking the dragon in the sky. But soon, they discovered that ordinary attacks had no effect. The dragon was like an illusion, unable to be attacked at all. Look, there is a reverse scale between the dragon's eyes. Although it is only the size of a thumb, that is the only way to subdue the dragon. At this time, a knowledgeable old man let out a cry of surprise. As soon as he said this, many people also hurriedly attacked the reverse scale, and the effect was very significant. After being attacked continuously, the dragon hovering in the sky seemed to wake up at this moment and roared crazily. Of course, it also began to attack, sweeping through the half-saint powerhouses on the ground, killing many powerhouses. However, many people obviously didn't intend to give up on such a precious treasure like the dragon, so they still attacked. However, although the attack was effective, it couldn't immediately subdue the dragon because the reverse scale was only the size of a thumb. In addition, it was constantly moving. Therefore, even if many people attacked, not everyone could succeed. Dragon, the soul of the divine boat? If Lin Ling obtains it, the divine boat will be even more powerful. Chapter 3139. Flying Dragon Assassination. That dragon is not something we can fight against. Let's just forget about it. We have already obtained the divine boat, so we should leave some treasures for them. Otherwise, it will cause public anger. However, Xianxia shook his head and said. His words caused Yu and the others to nod their heads, because they also saw how crazy those big shots were for the divine boat. So, if they were to snatch the dragon's soul, they would definitely be angered to death. I wonder how Brother Ling is doing. Let's leave this place first. Earlier, a young man wanted to kill us, but he was interrupted by the dragon. But if the dragon is subdued, that person will definitely attack us. Right now, we don't have any talismans, so we are no match for him. Yu and Xianxia looked at each other and finally suggested. Sakura and the others nodded and quietly left. They hid in the Green Mountains and quietly waited for Lin Ling to come out. At that moment, Lin Ling had already entered the divine boat. The divine boat was like a huge ancient city. It was dazzling with all kinds of spirit formations in every corner. This caused Lin Ling's mood to become excited. His 10,000 elephant demonic eyes appeared and he unceasingly comprehended those spirit formations. He was different from other spirit formation masters. Firstly, he had the memories of the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. Secondly, he had the 10,000 elephant demonic eyes of the 6 great divine eyes of the universe. He could see through everything. So, he could break and comprehend spirit formations much faster than ordinary people. Walking along the corridor, not long after, Lin Ling finally arrived at a large hall. This place was filled with an ancient aura, as if it was the abode of a god before. In the hall, a bright gem floated in the air. It was mysterious, and outside of the gem, there were tadpole-like runes floating. The true formation core. Seeing that, Lin Ling couldn't help but rejoice. He knew very well that as long as he obtained that bright stone, he would be able to control the divine boat. In reality, with Lin Ling's spirit formation Dao, he could also use formations to break formations and forcibly control it. But that would destroy the divine boat and it would take a long time. However, the spirit province only gave him 1 year. After that, Lin Ling hurriedly walked towards the resplendent gemstone. Of course, the process seemed simple, but in fact, the ground was covered with vicious enchantments. If he couldn't break it, he would have to die with regret. This also made Lin Ling not dare to move carelessly. He could only solve it step by step. However, as Lin Ling got closer and closer to the resplendent gemstone, an invisible killing intent suddenly and strangely approached him. This killing intent was so strong that it was something that Lin Ling had never seen before. This caused Lin Ling's expression to change greatly. He wanted to activate his means to resist, but it was too late. However, at the critical moment, little Kunlun protected its master. It turned into black vines and surrounded Lin Ling like armor. A cold light flashed and a large number of vines were cut off. The cold light didn't seem to be very powerful, but it was actually a real killing move. It could probably kill even a sage. Fortunately, Lin Ling felt that the person who attacked seemed to be very weak. Otherwise, his soul would have been scattered today. What a powerful junior. Not only can you break the enchantments here, but you can also sense my killing intent. Your soul power has definitely reached level 5000. At this moment, in the corner of the hall, a shadow appeared. It seemed to have walked out from the darkness. Most importantly, this shadow seemed to be unafraid of the enchantments around it and could move freely. You're the one who wants to kill me? Lin Ling also stared at the shadow. That's right. This Noah's divine ark belongs to me. No one can touch it. Little guy, you can avoid my assassination once, but I don't believe you can avoid it a second time. In here, you can only be slowly killed by me. The shadow let out a sinister laugh. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression became serious. The shadow's words were indeed reasonable. Lin Ling couldn't move freely and could only stand in place like a puppet. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by the enchantments. Unless, the other party gave him enough time to break the enchantments. But obviously, this was impossible. Now you know what kind of situation you're in. Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better kill yourself because dying under my venomous spider leather dagger is very painful. Do you see the bones on the ground? This is the final fate of everyone who enters here. The shadow said again. Hearing this, Lin Ling didn't say a word. He looked to the side and indeed saw many bones. These bones were in a miserable state. It seemed that they had suffered inhumane torture before they died. This also meant that a long time ago, it wasn't that no one had stepped into the divine ark. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the shadow continued to exert pressure on Lin Ling's heart. And this kind of pressure was indeed terrifying. Because he couldn't move and could only welcome the shadow's assassination. No one could accept this. A martial artist would rather fight a vigorous battle and die in the end than be killed like a puppet. Wannu 3. It seems that you've finally chosen the path of death. Then don't blame me. After the shadow counted, seeing that Lin Ling was indifferent, he finally revealed a terrifying murderous intent. I know who you are. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally raised his head and said indifferently, Oh, interesting. Then tell me. Hearing this, the shadow suddenly laughed and didn't immediately kill. You're good at killing, and it's difficult for me to detect you. You should be a member of the Flying Dragon organization. Moreover, you're already dead. What's left here is only a soul, but your soul is already so strong. This shows how powerful you were when you were alive. Lin Ling said word by word. The shadow suddenly fell silent. After a moment he praised, You're right. I underestimated you. Next, is there anything else? I reckon that you should be someone who came here before, but because you touched the body destruction enchantment, you were luckier than the others. Your physical body was destroyed, and in the end, your soul was left behind. But you'll never be able to leave here. Am I right? Boom. After these words, the shadow clearly trembled. Clearly, Lin Ling guessed correctly again. I suddenly have no interest in listening to your nonsense. Next, prepare to die. The shadow seemed to be angry, and his resentment overflowed. He turned into darkness and disappeared from the hall. The ice-cold dagger stabbed towards Lin Ling. However, facing the shadow's assassination, Lin Ling didn't panic. His eyes flickered with a sharp light. Although I can't leave this place, it doesn't mean that I can't do anything to you. Of course, if you still have a physical body, then I'll definitely die. Unfortunately, you're just a soul. Bang! Bang! At the same time, an invisible soul force spread out, and the illusion god True Inheritance appeared. Shio! A cold light flashed, but it landed on the illusion, causing the shadow's heart to tremble. At first, he thought that he had killed Lin Ling, but he was still a powerful assassin from an assassin organization. He immediately discovered that Lin Ling was still alive, and his dagger had landed on the illusion. Chapter 3140. Who says I only have 2 arrows? You have some ability, but your range of movement is less than a meter. I don't believe your illusion can last for long. But soon, the shadow spoke again. His desire to kill Lin Ling had become even stronger. Although he could not break the illusion, Lin Ling could only move within half a meter. In this range, as long as his dagger swept across, he could still kill both the illusion and Lin Ling at the same time. I said that although I can't leave this place, it doesn't mean that I can't do anything to you. However, just as the shadow finished speaking, he saw Lin Ling's illusion disappear like a fog. Instead, the real Lin Ling appeared. And the real Lin Ling was holding a 5-meter-long divine bow with a dragon's roar. The bow emitted a majestic aura that caused the shadow's soul to become unstable. This was the power of the Buddha gods. It was the most unyielding and most young. The heavenly dragon protector. Phew! At the same time, the dragon bow shot out. It was faster than lightning, and it was a fatal arrow. At this moment, the shadow's expression changed greatly. He never expected that a junior at the beginning stage of the half-sage realm would be so difficult to deal with. He knew very well that although Lin Ling could not leave this place, he knew that the arrow could pierce through the air. The bow is not bad, but if it can't hit me, that's all there is to it. However, the shadow was indeed a shadow. When the fatal arrow shot out, he actually dispersed like a fog. Following that, in the billowing black fog, a soul with a human upper body and a black smoke-like lower body quickly shuttled through the hall. It had to be said that the shadow's methods were indeed sharp. The first arrow from the great solar calamity bow had missed. This made Lin Ling's eyes flash. However, the power of the dragon god in his body surged into the dragon bow once again. The second arrow arrived instantly. With the Emperor's help, Bodhi will not retreat. If my Buddha is firm, if hell is not empty, I swear not to become a Buddha. After the second arrow was shot, the shadow was clearly panicking. This was because he could dodge the first arrow because his soul still had a talent from the past. That talent was from one of the 100 bloodlines. It was a 6th-grade desolate body, charm tumor divine body. This was a relatively unconventional talent among the darkness elemental talents. Moreover, it was very suitable for assassins. This talent wasn't hidden in the darkness, but a self-created darkness. It was formless, colorless, and impossible to guard against. With this talent, Umbra was able to barely dodge Lin Ling's first arrow. However, when the second arrow arrived, it immediately became difficult for him to dodge. After all, he was just a soul. Without a physical body, he couldn't display his talent to the limit. Rumble! Buddhist chants reverberated in the hall. Fortunately, the shadow dodged the second arrow. He appeared in the corner of the hall, his soul somewhat illusory. Clearly, although he was not killed by the dragon bow, his soul was injured. Therefore, he looked at Lin Ling in horror. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would have the means to kill him even if he didn't leave his original spot. This kid was more like an assassin than him. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other. Neither of them dared to make a move. Lin Ling feared Shadow's assassination dagger. As for the Shadow, it was afraid of Lin Ling's godly arrows that never missed. Time passed by just like that. Shadow's soul gradually recovered. He said in a low voice, "Your arrows are indeed amazing. Unfortunately, they can't kill me. As long as I attack, your soul will scatter." Sigh. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face was expressionless like a cold-blooded killer. He also said, "Your fatal strike is indeed powerful, but you can't avoid my illusions. I have the confidence to kill you with one arrow after you attack." Sigh. Hearing this, Shadow fell silent. Lin Ling's words made sense. He couldn't see through the illusion. If he couldn't kill Lin Ling in one shot, then he would definitely die if Lin Ling shot an arrow. This meant that neither of them could do anything to the other. What a terrifying junior. My Flying Dragon Organization's 13 kill experts have killed saints and gods, but I can't do anything to you. Sigh. Finally, the shadow let out a voice of praise. Moreover, the darkness around him dispersed and turned into a white-haired old man. The old man's eyes were pitch black, and it was an extremely strange sight. How about this? Let's shake hands and make peace. You leave here and I won't kill you. That old man proposed. You can't do anything to me, and you want me to leave here? You're thinking too highly of yourself. Yes. However, the dragon bow appeared in Lin Ling's hand again. The dragon god roared, and an arrow was aimed at Shadow. Don't do anything useless. 2 arrows can't kill me. Moreover, be careful not to reveal a flaw and be killed by my one shot. Yes. Seeing this, the old man sneered. This junior was too greedy. He didn't want to give up Noah's divine ark. Moreover, his words made sense. Because the strength of the 2 sides were equal, the one who attacked first would be at a disadvantage at some point. For example, if Lin Ling's 2 arrows didn't kill him, then he would be in a weakened state, and it would be easier to kill him. However, Lin Ling still remained silent and shot an arrow. Heavenly Dragon's protection, good karma increases day by day. It's useless. When the arrow was shot, the shadow began to move and dodge the arrow again. But soon, the second arrow followed closely behind. However, it was still dodged by Shadow. You're in your weakest state right now. Since the 2 arrows had no effect, Shadow also used a fatal attack. He turned into a streak of black light, escaped into the void, and shot toward Lin Ling unpredictably. In his opinion, Lin Ling had revealed a flaw, and this strike would definitely take Lin Ling's life. The corners of his mouth even revealed a sneer. This was the 230th person to die in Noah's divine ark. However, at this time, a sudden change occurred. Lin Ling's mouth also drew a sneer. Within his body, the dragon bones emitted cracking sounds. The fierce power of the dragon god once again poured into the dragon palace, causing the dragon bow to shine brightly. It had to be known that during this period of time, he had swallowed a large number of treasures. His physical strength had already increased, and even the potential of the dragon bones had been stimulated. However, time was limited, and he hadn't comprehended the 3rd arrow of the great solar calamity bow. And today, he could use this killer to comprehend the 3rd arrow. Endless Buddhist chants and the resplendent heavenly dragon floated in Lin Ling's mind at this moment, causing him to close his eyes slightly. When he opened them, a wisp of light flickered. 3rd arrow, gods and ghosts assist, peaceful dreams. The 3rd arrow was shot out. This arrow brought out gods and ghosts, forming an illusion like a dreamy shadow. That arrow finally made Shadow feel the taste of death. How is this possible? Shadow cried out in alarm, his voice extremely sharp. Clearly, he didn't expect Lin Ling to shoot a 3rd arrow. Who said I only have 2 arrows? Lin Ling's indifferent voice also floated out. The 3rd arrow's power was clearly more terrifying than the first 2, causing Shadow to beg for mercy. Spare me. Killing me won't do you any good. He was a dignified Flying Dragon Organization's 13 kills expert. He had killed saints and gods, but at this moment he was actually begging for mercy from a junior. Chapter 3141. Control the Divine Ark. Not killing you doesn't seem to benefit me at all. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. I can make all the assassins under the 13 kills of the Flying Dragon Organization listen to your orders. His soul was about to be destroyed, and the shadow was clearly ready to throw caution to the wind. However, this sentence made Lin Ling's heart skip a beat. Then, he controlled the 3rd arrow to shoot past the shadow and finally penetrate the countless enchantments in the hall. This caused the shadow to freeze in place. His soul continued to tremble. If that arrow had hit him, he would have died without a doubt. He would have been powerless to reverse the situation. This arrow that contained the power of the Buddha god was indeed meant to restrain ghosts. Flying Dragon Organization's 13 kills assassins. Why should they listen to your orders? Lin Ling looked at the shadow and said indifferently, "Because I am the king of assassins." Speaking of this, the shadow's voice was filled with pride. Hearing this, Lin Ling began to ponder. Right now, the Spirit Province was facing the siege of the Heavenly Court. If he could get the Flying Dragon Organization to help, that would be extremely good. Fine, I'll spare your life. I can even take you away from here. Thinking of this, Lin Ling slowly put away the dragon bow. Of course, he was not afraid of the shadow assassinating him. In fact, after hearing Lin Ling's words, the shadow soul was shocked. Not to mention killing Lin Ling, it almost treated Lin Ling as a benefactor. It was because his soul was trapped within the barrier of the divine boat, unable to leave for all eternity. How could he not want to leave this place? However, he still didn't believe in Lin Ling, because the number of people who died in the barrier of the divine ark was not small. These people couldn't do anything to Noah's divine ark, so how could a junior succeed so easily? And Lin Ling didn't explain anything. His hands flew, and he began to break the barrier. Moreover, he took a heavy step forward and left his original location. He was no longer trapped within the half-meter range. This caused the shadow's soul to tremble, and it said in disbelief, "How can you leave this place? You have to know that the surroundings are filled with vicious barriers that can even slaughter saints." However, Lin Ling didn't care about it at all. He continued to break the barrier, and finally he was getting closer and closer to the bright gem. "Because in front of me, you are a junior." When the jewel shone brightly, the shadow finally heard a cold voice. "Junior?" In front of the blue-robed youth, the King of Assassins editor, if that was the case, the King of Assassins would definitely not believe it. However, at this moment, the young man who was shrouded in the light of God was indeed like a god who stood at the peak of the 9 prefectures. Boom boom boom. And at that moment, Lin Ling was constantly casting enchantments to collide with the divine light. The divine light was boundless and ancient. It was the divine enchantment array. If he could break through these divine lights, then he would be able to control the entire divine boat. However, Lin Ling's expression also became more and more solemn. The final divine boundary array was indeed quite impressive. If he wanted to break it, he would need a lot of time. However, when he thought of Yu and the others waiting outside, he became worried and sped up. Not long after, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The faster he wanted to break the barrier, the worse it would be. "Be careful. Don't worry, you can take your time." Seeing this, the shadow said in a worried voice, "If Lin Ling failed and died here, he would never be able to get out." However, Lin Ling didn't care about his voice at all. His eyes were full of determination. Not only did he not retreat, but he also created more barriers to fight against the god's divine ark. In fact, he didn't need to fight force with force. He could take his time to break the barrier, but if he did, he would have to start from the beginning. Therefore, he didn't plan to give up halfway. In his heart, God. So what? He was a ghost. He was a god. Boom. Finally, with a loud bang, Lin Ling was blasted away and smashed into the barrier wall far away from the hall. This made the shadow even more worried. Soon, Lin Ling stood up with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He walked forward step by step and was soon covered by the light emitted by the gem. However, this time, the god's light seemed to have merged into Lin Ling's body. It didn't resist him anymore. In fact, the light became much gentler. Finally, Lin Ling's palm gently landed on the dazzling gemstone. The gemstone seemed to sink into a swamp, following Lin Ling's palm and disappearing into his body. Success! The shadow witnessed all this with his own eyes. He was shocked. At the same time, Lin Ling placed one hand behind his back and pointed a finger at the shadow. Immediately, an indescribable feeling of ease filled the shadow's body. In the next instant, the shadow noticed that the spirit formation that bound him had completely disappeared. This meant that the shadow could leave the divine ark. "I hope you can keep your promise," Lin Ling said faintly. The shadow looked at Lin Ling solemnly. Then he smiled and nodded. In his eyes, Lin Ling was indeed very young. He was very sure of this. However, such a young junior was able to do all this. This made him shocked. Now, he could leave and no longer care about Lin Ling. However, subconsciously he knew that he couldn't go back on his words. Otherwise, the price would be great. In fact, his guess was correct. Although Lin Ling had released the shadow, there was still a barrier hidden in the shadow's soul. It was a fatal barrier. At least for 3 years, this barrier wouldn't disappear. Lin Ling could also use this barrier to shatter the shadow's soul. My name is Du Ying. Then, the shadow introduced himself. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything. With a thought, the scene suddenly changed. The two of them instantly appeared outside the Divine Arkansas. They stepped on the deck of the Divine Arkansas. The deck was full of mysterious barriers that shone with golden light. It made Lin Ling and Du Ying feel like gods had arrived. Lin Ling's skills undoubtedly made Do Afterimage feel that he was even more mysterious. The thought of resistance hidden in his heart completely disappeared at this moment. Outside the Divine Ark, a fierce battle was going on. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. In the sky, the Yin Dragon was rolling. Countless half-saint experts were fired up and constantly attacked the Yin Dragon in the sky. The Yin Dragon's soul is getting weaker and weaker. I saw it clearly before. This is the Inky Frost Yin Dragon, the dragon god of the underworld. Tite, if I can obtain this dragon soul, it will be more important than any treasure. With just you? Dream on. The half-saint experts from the 9 states were not to be outdone. They all wanted to obtain the ultimate treasure. So much so that they didn't notice Lin Ling appearing on the Divine Ark. In fact, even if they had noticed, they wouldn't have cared. It was obvious that the Yin Dragon's soul was more precious. Lin Ling also stared at the Yin Dragon's soul. He smiled. This dragon's soul was of a higher level than the dragon's soul he had encountered in the Crimson Province. One had to know that many experts had been mobilized for the Crimson Province's dragon's soul. The 9 states' 10 vicious had appeared. Even an Yuer had come. From this, one could see how precious a dragon's soul was. Chapter 3142. Shooting the Dragon with a Bow. This dragon is extraordinary. It was definitely an existence that surpassed the saints when it was alive. Who would have thought that such a colossus would die? As expected of a god. Beside him, Do Afterimage said solemnly, "This Yin Dragon, I want it." Yes. Lin Ling smiled, then lightly spat out a sentence. His words were calm, but carried a domineering aura. This made Do Afterimage's pupils constrict. Then he also laughed. Rumble. In the sky, the Yin Dragon roared again and again. The dragon breath was extremely powerful, but the Yin Dragon was still a dragon soul, so it could not resist the joint attack of the experts. In particular, the reverse scale on its forehead was being attacked continuously. Of course, the reverse scale was very small, so up until now, no one had managed to deal a fatal blow to the reverse scale. Instead, the attacks of the various experts were all large-scale offensive martial arts, relying on their vigorous strength to only affect the reverse scale. The final moment has arrived. Yes. It's mine. Yes. Yi Shui's spirit was also shaken. A large number of enchantments were waved from her hands, attacking the Yin Dragon. As for the triplet, he also used his ultimate technique to the limit, determined to seize the dragon. I wonder who will win this dragon. Yes. The battle is getting more and more intense. Previously, the divine boat was taken by the demonic sun. In my opinion, the Yin Dragon's soul must be taken by the Yu family. Nonsense. Do you think Yi Shui and the triplet do not exist? They will definitely be the final winners. Yes. Although Emperor Yu's bloodline is powerful, but there are so many experts gathered here, including the Great Palace of Gods and Demons, the Flying Dragon Organization, Fu Hang Manor, and even the Heavenly Court. Yes. In the distant Green Mountain, the 9 prefectures' martial artists were also discussing. But at this moment, a dragon roared. Its voice was loud and clear, even louder than the Yin Dragon in the sky. A 5-meter-long dragon bow descended. The arrow was released, the Heavenly Dragon Protection. This arrow was like a comet, with a dazzling tail. Under countless surprised gazes, it shot towards the Yin dragon in the sky, forming a scene of two dragons playing with a pearl. This scene was undoubtedly extremely dazzling. The most terrifying thing was that the arrow actually shot directly on the reverse scale of the Yin dragon. Roar, roar, roar. The Yin dragon immediately let out a furious roar, and its dragon soul dimmed significantly. Who? Fuck, what a fierce arrow. It can be said that no arrow has missed. That arrow is comparable to the damage of all the martial artists. That's for sure. That arrow hit the reverse scale. Without a doubt, this heavenly dragon-like Buddha god arrow was earth-shattering, causing the entire divine dreamland to seethe with excitement. It's him? Yeshua and the other experts looked around and saw Lin Ling on the boat of gods. At this moment, each and every one of them was infuriated. Lin Ling had already obtained the divine boat, and now he was here to snatch the dragon soul. This fellow was simply too greedy. In your dreams. Not only was Yeshua furious, but even Miao Zhou's number 1 half-saint genius, Sanxing, was furious. Was his stage going to be snatched by that nameless brat again? The Yin dragon is mine. However, facing the gazes of millions of martial artists, Lin Ling simply turned a blind eye and indifferently spat out a sentence. This sentence was mixed with a billowing domineering aura, as if it was impossible not to believe it. Brother Ling. Second brother. In the endless green mountains, Yu and the others naturally saw Lin Ling and were overjoyed. This brat is crazy enough. Meng Lu also showed an excited expression. To fight against the 9 states half-saint powerhouses with his own strength, only Lin Ling had this courage. Without a doubt, after Lin Ling appeared, he had become the focus of the half-saint powerhouses of the 9 states. Even Sanxing stared at Lin Ling. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the more unhappy he was. He couldn't help but mock. A mere early half-saint who can't even block a dragon breath of the Yin dragon dares to speak such arrogant words. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. The dragon bow in his hand continued to shoot, and the light of the Buddha god flowed like mercury. The 2 arrows were like comets, one in front and one behind. They shot toward the Yin dragon in the sky at a speed faster than light. When the arrows flashed, all the martial artists in the world seemed to be short of breath. Everyone roared in their hearts, "Must fail, must fail." They were very angry. They originally wanted to stop Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's arrows were too fast. By the time they reacted, Lin Ling had already shot out his bow. Most importantly, they were entangled with the Yin dragon and constantly attacked it at close range, but they had only scratched the surface of the Yin dragon. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was standing in the distance, shooting the Yin dragon with his bow, waiting for an exhausted enemy. This also made many people secretly envious. An archer had such an advantage. The comet arrow was like a heavenly dragon protecting the law, and the arrow never missed. The second arrow pierced through the Yin dragon's reverse scale on its forehead. What an accurate arrow! The Yin dragon flies very high and fast, and the reverse scale is only as big as a thumb. He actually hit it. Whoosh! At this moment, many people secretly admired. Whoosh! At this moment, the third arrow followed closely, and the arrow never missed. The arrows disappeared into the Yin dragon's forehead, and the Yin dragon in the sky suddenly froze. A pair of dragon eyes looked down at Lin Ling, who was on the divine boat. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The half-saint experts of the 9 states stopped breathing at this moment. What had happened? Had the Yin dragon's soul been snatched? But soon, the triplet looked up to the sky and roared with complacent laughter. Although he did not know what had happened, it was obvious that the Yin dragon had not been shot by Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling had failed. I have said that the strength of an initial stage half-saint can't shake the Yin dragon's soul. Now, you have angered the Yin dragon. Prepare to suffer its wrath. The triplet laughed louder and louder. He even put his hands behind his back, ready to watch the scene of Lin Ling being strangled by the Yin dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, all the warriors laughed. They had been very nervous before, afraid that the Yin dragon would be snatched by Lin Ling. But now, They saw that Lin Ling had exhausted all his energy to shoot 3 arrows but still could not kill the Yin dragon. Naturally, they were happy and excited. Trash. Some martial artists who were too impulsive even cursed out loud. Ha, what a powerful arrow. Unfortunately, it's too weak. In my opinion, I'm afraid that even we can't kill such an arrow. More than that, I'm afraid it can't even kill a fly. The sky was filled with jeers. All the warriors were venting their depression. Rumble. However, before their laughter died down, the Yin dragon in the sky rolled like a fish that had been thrown ashore and was struggling desperately. Then, under countless horrified gazes, the Yin dragon turned into a ray of light and shot toward Lin Ling. Bang. Chapter 3143. One kick killed a half-step saint. I'm sorry, but the soul of the Yin dragon is mine. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile when he sensed the rolling power of the soul in the dragon pearl. He slammed the dragon pearl into the deck and let the soul enter the divine boat. Now, the soul of the dragon had returned to Noah's divine boat. At this moment, the entire Noah's divine ark was also shining brightly, and divine light shone everywhere. The blue-robed young man on Noah's divine boat looked like a god. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he carried 2 swords on his back. He was unforgettable. All the martial artists were completely silent. Robbed again. The divine boat was robbed by the son of demon, and they hadn't even started to take revenge. Next, the son of demon robbed the Yin dragon. Most importantly, they had been fighting the Yin dragon for a long time, and the outcome was about to be decided. Then, the son of demon appeared and used his giant bow to steal the soul of the Yin dragon with 3 arrows. This made everyone feel as if they had been toyed with. Even the endless mountains in the distance were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Those warriors covered their mouths with their eyes wide open. As expected of the son of demon, he was so cruel, plucking the feathers from the geese and snatching all the meat. He didn't even leave any soup for the half-step saints of the 9 prefectures. He was ruthless. You're courting death. After a moment of silence, an angry roar finally rang out. Everyone here was a descendant of a big shot in the 9 prefectures, and the forces behind them were all influential in the 9 prefectures. They had sent out so many people, but they didn't get anything. How could they swallow this anger? Moreover, if the news spread out, the 9 prefectures would be in turmoil, and countless warriors would laugh at them. The warriors of the 9 prefectures could understand losing to a saint. The warriors of the 9 prefectures could understand losing to a peak half-step saint. But losing to an initial half-step saint? The warriors of the 9 prefectures couldn't understand. Most importantly, the other party was fighting against the entire 9 prefectures with his own strength. How could the warriors of the 9 prefectures understand this? Kid, hand over the treasure. In the boiling anger, someone had taken the lead to snatch the treasure. It was the people of the heavenly court. The people of the heavenly court reacted so quickly. Let's not slow down. If the divine boat and dragon soul are both taken by the heavenly court, then our trip here today would have been in vain. The people of the other forces shouted, unwilling to be outdone. Their eyes were red, and they had forgotten about Lin Ling's dazzling brilliance. Instead, their eyes were occupied by the 2 treasures, as if they had already obtained the treasures left behind by the 2 gods. You guys are from the heavenly court. Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and asked indifferently as he looked at the restless heavenly court experts. Heavenly court's azure lightning. The person who killed you is called Dust Fall Flower from the heavenly court. In the face of Lin Ling's questioning, the heavenly court's experts immediately shouted coldly. Their words were filled with pride, as if they were telling everyone that the heavenly court was going to take the treasure today. Heavenly court, heavenly court. Lin Ling nodded. With a wave of his hand, all of the golden stones he obtained in the divine dream land flew out, causing his surroundings to shine with a dazzling golden light. Don't you know what fate awaits those from the heavenly court if they encounter me? Lin Ling said once more. That the heavenly court's powerhouses simply didn't care. In their opinion, although Lin Ling had some ability, his boundary was too low. He wouldn't be able to block so many of them. It had to be known that there were many late half-saint realm powerhouses here, and there were even peak half-saint powerhouses. And as the other influences saw the heavenly court's people crazily attacking, their eyes turned even redder. But at this time, Lin Ling had already floated up. He stood in the void, his hands held behind his back. If those from the heavenly court encounter me, their only fate is death. As his voice fell, the sole of his foot stomped down. With this stomp, it was like he had activated a divine enchantment array formation. The massive Noah's divine ark beneath his feet began to rumble like thunder. Tens of millions of arcs of thunder gushed out like sea urchins, sweeping through the earth like a tide. The surrounding area instantly became the forbidden land of thunder. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The heavenly court powerhouses that tried to kill Lin Ling weren't even able to approach Lin Ling before they were destroyed by the thunder emitted by the Noah's divine ark. Not even their corpses were left behind. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was standing on the Noah's divine ark with two swords on his back. At this moment, he looked like a god. All the martial artists who were originally rushing toward Lin Ling stopped in their tracks at this moment, and their faces were filled with shock. Could it be that he's in control of the Noah's divine ark? Yi Shui's small hand covered her mouth as she let out an incredulous cry of surprise. The previous scene appeared in her mind. A single kick had exterminated a half-saint. In fact, in the hearts of all the martial artists, that single kick had not only exterminated a half-saint, but it had also stabilized the world. For a moment, no one dared to speak at all. They didn't even dare to look at Lin Ling. The Noah's divine ark was under Lin Ling's control. This wasn't something they could fight against. The only thing they could do was perhaps envy, jealousy, and hatred in their hearts. When Lin Ling saw that everyone was silent, he smiled and floated down to the ground. As for the massive Noah's divine ark, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling strolled forward. That blue and white robe and that unique outfit of carrying two swords on his back undoubtedly made everyone even more curious. Up until now, they still didn't know the origins of the son of the devil who had suddenly appeared. However, it was undeniable that among the half-saints, this person was the king. I'm the strongest half-saint. However, at this moment, a terrifying killing intent descended behind Lin Ling. Not only was his desolate body powerful, even his cultivation level was extremely terrifying. Only then did everyone realize that the one who had attacked was the triplet. As the number one half-saint genius in the Yen state, the triplet could only eat dirt with his tail between his legs. How could he take this lying down? There's a chance. The triplet is stronger than us. That's right. The son of the devil has already put away the Noah's divine Arkansas. The triplet will definitely be able to strike first. Seeing this, all the martial artists clenched their fists. The triplet was very fast. The son of the devil was definitely not as fast as him. He would definitely die. However, even though the triplet was fast, could he be faster than the king of assassins? As the triplet was getting closer to Lin Ling, a cold light seemed to come from the void. With a speed that exceeded everyone's imagination, it gently streaked across. The light was dazzling and dazzling. The triplet immediately let out a painful cry, as if he had suffered the most painful torture in his life. He fell to the ground and kept rolling. Following that, his body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene was very tragic. Finally, the triplet turned into a pile of bones. The most terrifying thing was that the bones were still squirming, as if he was still suffering from inhumane torture. All the half-saint experts were trembling at this moment. They looked at Lin Ling again and were shocked to discover that the blue-robed youth was still moving forward. It was as if he didn't know about the triplet's sneak attack. It was as if he knew but didn't care. This was because he knew that the triplet would definitely die. This son of the devil is terrifying. In everyone's hearts, there was only one sentence. Chapter 3144. The massive divine boat glided through the divine dreamland, like a grand city passing through the horizon. From the endless green mountains, several figures immediately leapt towards the divine boat. The divine thunder around the divine boat also vanished, allowing these people to easily enter. Seeing this, the eyes of all the cultivators revealed a look of envy. Big Brother Ling. The ones that leapt onto the divine boat were Yu and the others. As they landed behind the divine boat, they looked at the dazzling golden divine boat, all of them excited. They never imagined that the one to obtain the divine boat would be Lin Ling. Moreover, they had all witnessed how formidable the divine boat was. It could easily sweep away a half-saint. It could be called a great killing machine that could exterminate a saint. We've finally obtained the divine boat. Lin Ling looked at everyone and smiled. He then said, "Currently, I haven't thoroughly researched this divine boat. But I estimate that this divine boat isn't just limited to this. If I can completely control it, I fear that not even a saint will be able to move it." According to legends, the divine boat was a divine boat used by the gods to deliver all living beings from their suffering. Thus, without mentioning anything else, in terms of defense alone, this divine boat was absolutely unimaginably strong. Moreover, Lin Ling had already obtained the dragon soul of the Yin dragon. This dragon soul was the soul of the boat. It could increase the strength of the divine boat once more. Hee, how domineering. It's so big, we can't even walk through it. It's like a whole world. There are actually many enchantment arrays inside. Some of these enchantment arrays seem to be able to increase one's cultivation. Sakura and the others excitedly walked around the divine boat. They were extremely curious about everything. The divine boat has already acknowledged you. You can enter and leave as you please. But if others enter the divine boat, their fate will be far more terrifying than resisting the divine boat. Lin Ling smiled as he explained. It can be like this? Dreamflow couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Lin Ling nodded. He looked at Do Afterimage behind him and lightly said, "Senior, do you want to test it?" Do Afterimage immediately smiled and nodded. "I've been trapped in the divine boat for many years and have never seen anything extraordinary about it. So, I might as well give it a try." Alright. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand, and the resplendent ancient gem appeared once more. Runes began to float out from it. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the entire divine boat blossomed with a dazzling light. Endless enchantments appeared, as if they could topple mountains and overturn seas, suppressing the afterimages. These enchantments were ancient and ancient. There were flames, lightning, frost, divine wind, and so on. They were all afterimages that hadn't been suppressed yet. His expression immediately changed greatly. Plop. His soul was smashed to the ground, and his soul was unstable. "Wait, I'm not playing anymore," he anxiously shouted out. This was because facing the endless enchantments of the divine boat, he felt as if he had encountered the hand of a god. He didn't know that the divine boat had countless enchantments. Even a single deck had 890 million enchantments hidden inside, not to mention the entire divine prefecture. And these enchantments were all under Lin Ling's control. So even if a saint was here, he would be like a chicken or a dog. Just like what Lin Ling had said, being inside the divine boat was actually more terrifying than being outside the divine boat. As expected of the divine enchantment. If these enchantments were set up by a purple-robed master, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to complete it without tens of thousands of years. Even I would need a lot of time to complete it. Seeing the king of assassins begging for mercy, Lin Ling thought to himself. In fact, if he was given the same materials, he could also forge the divine boat. However, the time required would definitely not be short. Now that he had a ready-made boat of God, he could save a lot of time. The king of assassins afterimages crawled up. However, his eyes were filled with horror as he kept sucking in cold air. Although he was an existence that had killed saints and gods in the 9 prefectures, in his eyes, the young Lin Ling gave him an unfathomable feeling. He was more terrifying than a saint. Even a god couldn't be compared to him. Such a person could only be a friend, not an enemy. By the way, we've known each other for a while. How should I address you, seniors? Could it be that seniors are all called Son of Devil? Putting away his thoughts, Do Afterimages smiled. In his words, he had unknowingly addressed Lin Ling as a senior. With the divine boat and various mysterious means, Do Afterimages had no choice but to accept it. My name is Lin Ling. Lin Ling seemed to know what the latter was thinking as he smiled faintly. So it's fellow Taoist Lin. It's an honor to meet you. Do Afterimages hurriedly bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Not only did he treat Lin Ling as a peer, he also faintly regarded Lin Ling as a senior. Sakura and the others looked at Do Afterimages curiously. They discovered that this old man seemed to be a soul, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling. Generally speaking, when facing such a person, they would definitely be cautious. However, with Lin Ling here, they didn't have so much fear. My name is Sakura. They call me Son of Bone. Senior, my name is Yu. They call me Son of Dragon. My name is Son of Tomb. Yu and the others spoke out one after another. Sunset Brilliance also nodded. My name is Sunset Brilliance. They call me Sun Death. Hearing this, Do Afterimages looked at Sunset Brilliance with a strange expression. He thought to himself, this person has quite a heavy taste. He doesn't even want to let off the soul of an old man. No, my name is Son of Sun. Sunset Brilliance didn't know if this had become a habit or if it was subconscious, but after discovering his slip of the tongue, he awkwardly waved his hands, causing Lin Ling and the others to laugh. As for Lin Ling, his name is Son of Demon and he is also our leader. In the divine dreamland, everyone thinks of us as sons of demon. Dream Flow finally spoke, faintly looking at Do Afterimages. In his eyes, an ancient aura spread out, causing Do Afterimages' heart to tremble. He immediately realized that the people who followed Lin Ling, other than you who died that day, were mostly people with great talent and background. For instance, that Son of Dragon. From her body, Do Afterimages could clearly sense that she had awakened an ultimate desolate body. It had to be known that the 100 great bloodlines, the descendants of gods, these descendants all had ultimate desolate bodies. However, not everyone was able to awaken an ultimate desolate body. As for that dream flow, Do Afterimages guessed that this person's background was likely one of the 9 provinces' 10 vicious. This Lin Ling is truly fierce. He actually managed to gather so many geniuses around him and even take him as their leader. Do Afterimages secretly said. He decided that he would recommend Lin Ling to the Flying Dragon organization. After everyone spoke, Lin Ling finally decided to leave the Divine Dreamland. Because over half a year had passed, he would return to the Spirit Province ahead of time to prepare everything. After putting away the divine boat, Lin Ling led everyone forwards, arriving at the very beginning of the vortex. After a dream of 3,000 years, they appeared outside of the Yu province. The massive square was still packed with people. Powerhouses from all over were chatting with each other in high spirits. These powerhouses were all big shots of the 9 provinces. They were all waiting for the half-saint realm powerhouses under their influence to return with a bountiful harvest. Hee, my Xia family will definitely be today's winner. Let's wait and see. Voices like these floated out from time to time. As for Lin Ling and the others, they stopped and looked at these big shots with strange expressions. Then, they shook their heads and laughed before walking away. In particular, Do Afterimages nearly laughed out loud.